Hello there, little Nusaki. Love you too. How's your morning going? Or evening, I suppose. Let's see. Starting soon. Stop that. Whoops. I forgot to mess with the resolutions before hitting start stream. I keep forgetting that a lot of my games have this really bad habit of forgetting the resolution I set for them. It's a real inconvenience, I must say. One or two. Jeez. We do really live far apart. Alright, let's head over to the Shadow Quarter. Also, little Usagi, how do you feel about being a pal? Out of curiosity. Well. I'll have you know I'm saving kissing for marriage. What did I ask? Ask how you felt about being a pal. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but Power World's coming out on the 10th. Well, the full game is, anyway. The game's been out for quite some time. I've been enjoying playing it. The full release is on the 10th. And that will be next Friday, and we'll be checking out the game when it comes out. Oh, hey Valentino, how's it going? Hello, Sergeant. The foreman of Utility Crew 3 is whistling some jaunty tune. So is the quarantine zone safe now? Well, that depends. We figure everyone who could have died is dead and rotting, and disease and parasites usually don't live in corpses. We threw a few expendables in the quarantine zone, and we can say there for sure that it was thirst that killed them in the end, not disease. Wait, they already died? But we, like, aggressively bedrun this shit. Yeah, we have to get married before I kiss anyone. But yeah, we're gonna be doing Pal World next Friday. I don't know if we're gonna stick with it or not. I've tried getting to Pal World in the past, but every time I did, I didn't get past the mid game. I always ended up getting bored of it. Everything. Early game was always fun. Mid game onwards always felt quite unfortunately like a slug. So I was hoping that with the extensive changes to the game. Wait, why are we missing a character? We're missing a character. That's right. That I was hoping that with the extensive changes to the system, we would have a easier time enjoying it. Not sure if we will or not, but I'm gonna give Power World a try when it comes out, full release. And because of how Power World is as a game, it'll be, how do I put this? It'll be really convenient for naming people, because I can just name all of my lovely little regulars after pals, and then dote on them in game, and they can do slave labor.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Infected thug.
Doubt is for the weak.
Who knows?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I think he would need to be closer, though. I can't really marry someone halfway across the planet.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, strife is a threat. Faith without deeds is worthless.
But at the very least, regardless of proximity, the little Usagi will always be my.
As
I'm not
honor
really sure
ordains.
Death is a blessing.
Where are you heading in Canada, if you don't mind me asking? There's some chill places to hang out in this country. Let's see. Grab the pinky one. Actually, no, just grab what you can. Grab that one.
The shadows will see it done. The killing brings me no pleasure.
Alright, hit this
As
one.
honor ordains. Trust me.
For the blood oath.
The
There we
other
go.
side
Feel
awaits.
it. Get the cover. Then we're gonna want to swap to the sniper rifle.
I
Take a
shall
shot.
not fail. Brings me no pleasure.
Take
The
a shot.
shadows will see it done.
And take another shot. There you go. No, save the rest of your charges. Silly. Cute though. Alright. Game's nice, sure. It does sound a bit loud on my end, for sure. Let's lower down sound effects by 20%, music by 10%, and then master volume by 10%. How does that? Does that sound better? Alright, Cabela can be the servant. Argenta, you can have a go. Cool, lovely. Yeah, Valentino, how's your weekend been? You been enjoying yourself? Getting work done?
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Argenta, just move up. These guys are way
Faith
too weak
without
for us to really
deeds
care
is
about.
worthless.
There you go. Oh. Can you even hit them from here? Not sure. You should be able to, but... Oh, you can. You can't hit one of them, but you can't hit that one. That's over for them. Give Cabela an extra turn. And Cabela, you can just jump over. And then jump here. There we go. Lovely. Yeah, we're actively missing a party member. I just realized that. I'm not really sure why though. Maybe it's. I mean, I guess we can do this quest with one less person. It doesn't really matter, but it is a little weird. No, jeez. We gotta court first. You can't just go and marry someone. Let's see. Reverend Hieronymus's teachings on the path of St. Drusus. The thin pamphlet exudes a faint caustic smell, likely that of fresh inscriber ink. Our being is steeped in degradation, and no longer can we imagine existing outside it. Are you capable of perceiving the depths to which this heinous miasma has rooted itself in our lives? Pompous aristocrats indulge in despicable revelries beyond their tall palace walls, and planetary masters vie to possess the greatest luxuries, while you and your family choke on your corpse-starch slop. After a grueling work shift, millions of soldiers die in the dirt to combat xenoprofanity, while their commanders, their duties forgotten, squabble amongst themselves, seeing every death as nothing more than a stone in the monument of their own glory. Scholars pursue forbidden and mind-twisting knowledge. The righteous break their oaths and speak red lies. Arbites thieve worse than any criminal would, and you are sullied by a vicious degeneracy of which you are not even aware. This perniciousness is not all pervading, for there is none who have not oh my goodness. My words. It's not even words, it's my fucking lack of vision. The R looks like an N to me, because I can't see. I don't flirt, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just honest, you know? This pernicious rot is all-pervading, for there is none who have not succumbed to it. Does it frighten you to be in their midst? In our midst? Will you carry on calmly living in this impious loathsomeness, hiding your gaze from the world and hiding the world from your gaze? Will you become like a mindless servitor? Or will you honestly realize the sheer baseness and repulsiveness of creation? And then you will renounce your former life, and you will accept your new self, and relinquish your worldly affairs, and follow the road that was paved for us by Saint Drusus, warrior and conqueror of sectors uncharted. And leave behind the sacrilege-ridden world, and, as is our immortal emperor's will, join our sacred crusade to walk the path that leads out the murk of apostasy and irreverence, and into the darkness of the unknown and unfathomed. It is in this darkness that we will light the candles of true faith, for it is only there in their fires that we can still find notes of light. Blah. Words. I mean, I also lost my account, so I also can't prove that you're wrong.
Crafted patellar augment is not fit for a servitor. Over there.
Ooh, knife. Toxic knife. Jeez. That's a really high toxic buildup, too. Good damage. Its damage is higher than my chainsword somehow. And it also gives really good dodge reduction. Actually, I'm gonna equip that. That's actually great. Yeah, it's just a knife. Knife and pistol. Leaflet, now is our time. Yeah, we already read this. The Andrews really love to just... The foolish man complains about the hole in his pocket. The wise man uses it to scratch his balls. True. True. Also, hi, Reggie. How's it hanging? Great. We just started stream. Also, Reggie, how do you feel about Power World?
Just as he ordained.
These people did not die from the disease. It seems they simply fought to the death over the remaining provisions. Alright. Medic.
You consult the appropriate treaties on...
Do you think my body was suffering?
Power World, yeah.
Light of Terror.
It's coming out next week, so we're going to be playing it. I'm not really sure if I'll get into it, because I always bounced off of it before, but if the overhauls are any good, it should be worth it. Yeah, I mean, we could also play Powerwolf. Do you want to play Powerwolf?
The Vizier. Would he be proud?
Powerwolf was pretty cool. It's like Wolf, but powerful. But yeah, Reggie, how's it going? I heard a ping. Tells me someone's built water here and it hasn't had time to dry.
Follow the threads.
Oh, that's a lot of bodies. Judging by the traces of destruction and corpses all around, many people tried... One second. Many people tried to break through this door. To play a powerful song. True. True. You hear the sounds of falling objects from behind the thick sheet of metal, followed by angry hissing. Quiet! I said quiet before someone finds us! Please don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. Please, have mercy. Don't kill us. We're not infected, I swear. It's them. They're to blame. It's them. Her pleading is cut short by a violent wheezing cough. Who are they? Who is to blame? Yeah, cool. We'll tell you everything, but please, spare our lives. We know where the disease came from. Oh? We do, we know. Another coughing fit interrupts the woman's words. It's them, those damned mutants. They have a hideout somewhere under our block. We used to see them skulking in the shadows all the time. The two families who died first, they had dealings with them. Traded something, and they caught some mutant blight. I know they did. Those mutants are very tough. They're always sick with something, but they don't die of it. But ordinary people definitely do. We got lucky, though. We're alive. We're getting by. The disease couldn't claim us. I will verify your claim. We're not lying. Look for their entrance. It has to be close by. Alright. They're still alive in here.
Whatever you wish.
Trying to torch them. No! I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with torturing them in this context, but... Logic. Access denied. Wow. We're not logical enough to turn on the elevator, it seems. Alright. Open areas of skin have turned into one massive burst ulcer. Wait, what? Why is it not appearing on the... The buzzing of flies and the heinous stench complete the picture. Ew. Heinous, not highness. Yeah, Nurgle is pretty fucky-wucky. I just... Probably the least pleasant chaos god to worship. We need no rules or leaders. We're not an organization or a force of nature. I mean, you might not be wrong, but the survivor said that it was mutants. Though mutants would also imply Nurgle. The dead are covered in ulcers and several showed traces of repulsive mutations.
I'll take it from here.
Blub blub. Are you dancing like a fish, little Usagi? Let's see. Pretty sure... Yeah, we read this one already. Let's see what else we got around here. Ooh, more trade goods. Lovely. More Anver bullshit. Loosely buried under the piles of trash are the bodies with obvious gunshot wounds. Pyromaniac boots. Wearer cannot suffer the burning effect by walking over burning cells. 3 additional stacks of burning whenever they land on burner. They stand on burning. Interesting. Vocal emitter. Whenever the user performs a single target attack against a target in a 3-cell radius, they make a shot with this augment immediately after it deals 9 energy damage with 21% armor penetration. Ooh! Ooh, it's like a... It's one of those fucking... what's it called? It's an eyelash augment. A pair of eyes light up in the darkness, too big to be human, too intelligent to be an animal. A moment later, the vision vanishes. It's not parasocial, though. Little Usagi is actually just a friend of mine. There was once a mine entrance here, but it caved in decades ago. Yeah. The little Usagi just likes to be affectionate. True. I am very affectionate too. I just tend to curb it down on stream usually, unless it like a bit calls for it. Yeah, how's your day going? You having a nice weekend? little Reggie.
Don't you dare to cross us!
Alright, we got a few mutants. They all seem really weak, though. Oh, I say that. A couple of these have decent amount of health, but in general, they seem pretty weak. The bit takes priority above morals. Been melting? Aw, poor thing. I'm not trying to deny anything. I'm just stating the truth, you know. Alright, Abloid, you take far left. Head over yonder. Over here. There you go. And then Rima, you take left.
Don't touch me.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's been fucking boiling recently.
Look out. For now.
Alright. Heinrich's
I'll do what it takes.
really needs to work on being tanky. He's not as durable as I want him to be yet. Avaloid's doing well, though, at least. Alright, Argenta. Take point. Can you hit? Yeah, there you go. Alright, controlled shot.
Guided by faith. Doubt is for the weak.
You like waxing poetic, don't you, little Usagi? Alright, just start shooting.
Escape the Emperor's judgment.
There you go.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, take out the one
I'll
next
do
to him. Nope, never mind. Yeah. That is a really big issue with the heat waves, is PCs struggling to handle things.
Faith shields me.
Take your shirt off. Aww. Yeah, that sucks. Also, speaking of Fallout 4, have you been enjoying that? Are you playing heavily modded or vanilla?
I won't object to it.
Alright.
The Emperor
Heinrich's
is
move
on
up
our
a little
side.
bit. And then hit him with
For the throne.
your big
I'm
air.
done with this one.
There you go. And
I
then
won't
heal yourself
object
up.
to it.
Emperor, protect me.
As say you like waxing poetic with Usagi. Have some months, and that's cool. I know Fallout 4 gets a lot of flack for not being like as good as the previous games, but personally I actually really like Fallout 4.
Emperor, protect me.
I know it changes a lot of the formula, but I think just as a game, it is genuinely really good. The dialogue wheel is definitely a downgrade to what we had before in certain aspects, but I think if anyone if we're going beyond being like a casual or rose tinted glasses sort of thing, anyone's gonna eventually realize, if you play enough Fallout games, that 90% of your dialogue options were always fake. The vast majority of what you would see was never actually, like, really usable. This is awkward. Yeah, the main story is boring. I can definitely give it that as being an issue. But I like the world building itself is nice.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Trust me. As honor ordains.
Wait, shit, I forgot to do the blood thing. There we go. I keep forgetting to activate that attack.
The shadows will see it done.
Don't touch me.
Reduce the dust.
Focus, Bancalox. Focus.
Rainama. Make Argenta into your servant. Give her an extra turn. And controlled
As the
shot.
Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to.
Faith without deeds.
There we go. Clear out the mutant. Good job. Yeah. You know. I live like right on the coast as well, so it's kind of nice in situations like this where, well, it sucks balls.
As the Emperor comes. Prayer. I'll do it.
Let's see.
I will
If
not.
I highlight this, who can you hit?
Power
just go for it.
resides in the
I'm
will
going
of
to.
the righteous.
Oh, you can hit everyone from here. Cool. Yeah, just start shooting
Faith
then.
without this is why I was chosen. I'll do it. Doubt is for the As the Emperor, none can escape.
It's
the
a
Emperor's
colloquialism
judgment.
when it comes to the notion of sharing.
Score the pain. Brace yourself, Abelard.
Wow. I mean, maybe the sun isn't being cruel, maybe the sun just loves you. Have you ever considered that? I think 27 degrees Celsius is lethal for me. I can't survive that.
But of course, Lord Captain.
I would just be dead.
throne's glory.
Like, unironically, I just died from that.
Naturally. I won't object to it.
I'll do what it takes. Just a minor
Alright,
setback.
Abelard, I believe in you. Hit him with a
At your
sword.
beck and call.
Okay, dodge. Hit him
I will
with
do
gun.
my duty.
Dash into him.
Grey hair,
Sword again.
sure hand. Victory is imminent.
There you go.
I am your blade
Wait,
and
that's the wrong
shield.
spot to stand in. Over here. There you go.
As the tenets demand.
Hit him with Raining Blood, too, while you're at it.
I cannot serve you in this way.
And then aim for the opening.
As
Blade
honor
dance.
ordains. Come.
There you go.
The other side awaits. Trust me. As honor ordains.
There we go. Sniper shot. Parry this. Yeah, they parry the fucking sword so they get the fucking point blank shotgun. And it's just like, yeah, take that then, motherfucker. Let's see. Okay, well, now while they're on the ground, let's just do this and shoot them with the hunting rifle. And then we do the fun officer thing of Abelard, buff up. Abelard, hit them again. Okay, thank you. And then, Finest Hour. Can't Finest Hour you, but I can do this. Oh, that doesn't do jack shit at all, did it? Alright, Argenta. Yeah, I have a job for you. The job is rapid fire. Meg, dump your bolter
I'll do
into
it.
this mutant. Yeah, there you go. Deal with the mutants positive, assess the situation negative. I don't get how it fails, because, like, there was literally... I entered this place and immediately got sent into combat. There's nothing I could have done. Always put that in... Yeah, just always put all this in storage. We don't want this as actual items. Faint caustic smell. Yeah. Seems these guys all just really like St. Drusus, huh?
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
What do we got here? Multi-key? Nice, nice.
Do I detect doubt in your voice?
A Balter, the Imperial Pride. Damage against Xenos, Psyker, and Servants of Chaos increased by 4. Oh, nice! It has racial... it has racism bonus. Sweet. Yeah, it gives extra racism. It's the racist gun. Cool. This gun was enchanted with racism. Mappa. No, jeez. I think the little Usagi is really getting attached to the notion of being my robo-son from,
Look no
Vada's.
further.
Fascinating stratagem.
It's especially funny when you consider that, that entire dynamic was just started by Ra just being like, oh yeah. Like, I didn't even know that what would happen. That was Ra's bit. But it's a good bit. I like that bit. No, loving you is real. I'm specifically referring to being your dad. Because that was something that oh no, that was my being your dad is my bit, but naming the robot after you was Ra's bet. Living in Israel, no. What is it? Sorry, my speech skills are terrible. Journal of one of the locals. The handwriting is barely legible, but it appears the mark of births and deaths of the inhabitants of the small community of mutants. There is no one to add the last entry. I mean, I don't think this is a matter of a last entry. I think this is a matter of... because, like, one person did not just die just now. Everyone died just now. It really seems to think that there's something to loot there, but it's not letting me loot them. Instead of chemical reagents increasing the damage while bleeding, burning, and toxin effects. Ooh. Okay, that's actually funny. Alright. Alright.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Actually, no, we don't really need to heal her, do we? We're just heading back out.
My visions showed this path, and many others.
I mean, you don't have to fill any role at all. You're just little Usagi to me. You get head pats and love. The relationship dynamic is just a means to express it. It doesn't really need to be anything in particular. Alright. You weren't lying about the mutants. They've been exterminated and won't infect anyone else. Praise the Emperor. You'll tell them, right? Right? The Crew 3 or whatever they're called? Please tell them. Then maybe they won't kill us. Sure, let's go tell the crew.
Death walks with me.
The foreman of Utility Crew 3 is whistling some tune. The source of the disease was a pack of mutants. They have been exterminated. A few survivors remain within the perimeter, but they pose no threat. Well, if you say so. Mutants, is it? Funny thing about mutants, you keep burning them, they keep popping up. Well, thank you kindly for the help of the details. Footfall won't forget it. Me and the lads will drop by their lair and clean up. Make sure there's no disease left.
We have no time to lose.
I mean, you can get happy endings in the Warhammer universe. Happy endings happen all the time. I like that the option to blow the survivors hasn't gone away. So we go over, right? We verify that there's no actual issue. We kill the mutants. We tell the security team that everything's fine, and then we can still just come back and blow up the survivors for no reason. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's funny that it's just like, yeah. Yeah, just blow up the survivors. Just do it. Why not? Alright, let's get back to the ship. We have a few, we got some shit to do in the ship, if I recall. Oh no. Oh no. Long happy life after serving the Necrons. I don't know if I believe you. I don't know if I believe you on that one. Was it in like a fucking computer simulation or something?
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Yo, the fucking Rust Stalkers look cool as hell. Play Demon Souls? Dude, I love Demon Souls. I love that game. I played that as a kid. As for what this game is about... As for what this game is about, the game is basically you become an aristocrat and do whatever the fuck you want. That's what this game is about. There's so many times in this game where you just, like, do random shit. You're the one who said happy endings happen all the time. Why are you doubting me? It's not that I'm doubting you. It's because I'm doubting that the Necron... I'm doubting the Necrons. That's what I'm doubting. Because I know some of the Necrons are actually unironically chill. I know some of the Necrons are unironically okay dudes. The issue is... the bad Necrons, right? The bad Necrons are mindless killing machines. The good Necrons have dementia and schizophrenia. The good Necrons, I would not be surprised if they were like, oh, you served me well, have benefit. But I would doubt their ability to unironically carry out rewarding someone on a long-term basis without fucky-wuckies, just because their mental health is very poor. But, like, sure, I can believe that the Necrons would be nice to someone. I just don't believe that they would be completely cognitive, self-aware, and consistent. Not because they're malicious, but just because they're suffering from, like, fucking Alzheimer's. I've looked at the planetary data that might interest you. Opticon 22. With a respectful nod, the tech priest takes a data slate. The collected data is of interest, significant, compliant with the criteria for cooperation. The Cognitions fleet thanks you for your contribution and guarantees the provision of reciprocal service indulgence in the form of parts and equipment. Lovely. Let's make a trade deal. Oh boy, mobile extractors. Transonic cannon. What the fuck? Its cannon grants Eogun the transonic wave ability. Does not attack towards the attack limit per turn. Yo? What is this ability? All creatures in a 6-cell cone in front of Eogun suffer rending damage with armor pen. Affected targets get Echo Pulse. What the fuck is Echo Pulse? What the fuck is Echo Pulse? Start of the turn, the creature suffers Echo Pulse stacks shock damage. Oh, it's a dot. Cool. It's a dot that's not considered a dot. It's a dot, but it's not a dot. It doesn't count as a dot. It's not a real dot, but it's a dot. But it's not, though. All targets hit by an arc rifle, Magna Rail Blast, or Transonic Wave suffer a penalty of dodge and parry until the end of combat. Cool. Honestly, this is amazing. Will to live. Good sword, good sword. Users move during their turn. For every 10 points of their perception bonus, one tactical simulacrum appears at a random cell adjacent to their current position. Ooh. That's actually pretty nice. Yeah, let's just grab this while we can. Yeah, Demon Souls is great. I love Demon Souls. Great game. Unironically. Heavy plasma gun sounds nice. Alright. Let's go back to the ship.
Shines for us.
Now, if I recall, we have a date with Best Girl. Oh, Trazen did it? Yeah, okay, no. If we're talking not about Necrons in general, but specifically Trazen the Infinite, then yeah, I can believe it. I can absolutely believe it. Yeah, that guy can be nice. Totally. Now, where is... Activate the control panel, sure. Full system analysis in progress. Diagnosing. Result, no failures detected. System operational. Cool. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, that is interesting. Also, did you know, by the way, I'm not sure how familiar you are, Little Reggie, with Rogue Trader, but the DLC that we started this playthrough for revolves around Trazen the Infinite, so we're going to be dealing with him later, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to dealing with Trazen the Infinite. I'm sure it'll be very fun, and nothing bad will happen. Alright. I'm ready for the binding ritual.
Then follow me, Domin.
Yep. Let's go. Trazen the Infinite. Trazen the main character. Okay, but unironically, imagine a fucking Warhammer AAA title that's playing as Trazen the Infinite as like hybrid RPG with like base building elements and stuff, and like tower defense and things where you're just fucking around and screwing with people.
To step into the labyrinth, Domin?
I'm ready. Let us begin.
Your weapon for the ritual. Watch the lines on the floor. You can only pass through the gaps. The rest you need not know. Enter the labyrinth, Domin.
Alright, well, our bodyguard wants to do a ritualistic conquest. Yeah, that'd be so cool.
You are now upon the path. Your shadow now walks the labyrinth, and my gaze can now see when danger draws near you.
This fight, what a captivating expression of your culture.
We are not doing this for your amusement, Domin, nor is it an expression. That which you do not comprehend still has meaning.
I only seek to understand why this matters to you, to understand you.
Understand me? Why, Domin? My fate is preordained, and our places assigned. We both must serve the Undying One, as his design foretells. But if such is indeed your wish, my path of service to the Undying Emperor is one of many twists and pitfalls. Every mind is fraught with weakness, and only by honing it tirelessly can one achieve focus and prime one's perception. I envision the tenets of the web as a maze of tangles and dead ends. Each time I go into a trance, be it one of the soul or of battle, I walk this path from beginning to end. And now that you're a part of it, you will be there with me when next I enter the labyrinth. You may deem it strange. You live in a world so far removed from my own that such rituals must seem absurd to you. I am sure I would find your rituals equally mystifying.
My rituals? What do you mean?
You are empowered by the will of the Undying One himself. And yet, when I look at your life, I am surprised. You follow a different thread. One that does not seem as strict to your thoughts and deeds. There is so much luster.
Well, would you like to see my world, Cabela? You've allowed me to witness your ritual. It's only fair that I show you one of mine.
To partake in one of your ceremonies? Returning the courtesy. That is how you say it up here, isn't it? I will await your invitation. The labyrinth has accepted you. We have danced amid the crossing lines and minds, and by the dance, we are now bound.
Yeah, she has a really weird way of asking you out for a date. I love my socially awkward goth girl bodyguard. I mean, I don't mind you babbling. I'm a yappy one myself, I must say. Very cool. There were a few quests that we had to do that, let's see. Store operation, now this is the main quest. Access to personal commentator, that's side content, but we're gonna have to do that one later. Meet Argenta on the ship. Okay. Solomorn. Oh, right, we need to go talk to Solomorn. I forgot about that. Talk to Heinrichs about the cult of the Final Dawn. Lady Navigator at odds to crew. Speak to Cassia. Right, forgot about that. We need to save the Eldari. Find Eogun. Talk to the High Factorial. Okay. We should. Hey Heinrichs, we need to talk about the Final Dawn. You wanted to discuss the nature of your mission?
Yes, but not here. I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officer's mess.
I do like ritual decks, though. They're fun. Heinrichs nods slightly. Thank you for finding an opportunity to talk. I trust that now would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. Well, I welcome the chance to assist the Inquisition in its inquiries, Van Calex. Lord Captain, your enthusiasm is commendable. The interrogator smiles, but his eyes remain cold. To business, then. The cult of the Final Dawn, the madmen preach their heretical doctrine among the denizens of the Coronis Expanse and instigate crimes against the throne and humanity. One such crime took place in your protectorate. The Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the rogue trader on the voyage into the corrupted region. I also need to meet with one of my observers on the capital world of your domain. Alright. I want to know more about the Cult of the Final Dawn. Chaos worshippers, most often agents of the throne, run into lone renegades, throwing up into rabble. Insane prophets and hysterical visionaries preaching the end of days, a passing comet, a mutant rebellion, an onslaught of monsters. Each time they come up with a new reason why people should prostrate themselves and quiver in fear. Much effort and the blood of those loyal to the Golden Throne were spent before we established a connection between these heretics. I have no idea how long the cooldown is. You should... the frantic... Yeah, frantically trying to spam through shit tends to get you flagged as being a bot or a scammer. So doubling down just makes it worse. However, the Cult of the Final Dawn is something greater than a gaggle of misguided seers and fortune tellers. They cleverly spread their agents all over the Coronis expanse, disseminating heresy among honest people on Imperial worlds. There's a certain strategy to their actions that changes whenever we get too close, and finally, they have enough military power to have had the 2 ships we had sent after them later discovered as wreckage. The growing difficulty in making warp jumps is detrimental to us, but it is likely to inconvenience those who engage in vile sorcery day in, day out. Heinrich sighs. After the events on Rika and Minoris, I suspected the cult might have built its nest inside Winterscale's domain. But the latest reports indicate it is your protectorate that is harboring heretics. Being in your entourage improves my chances at getting closer to their secrets. A chaos cult in my protectorate, Heinrichs. Are you laying an accusation against my dynasty? Chaos treads softly, Valentine. The main danger of secret cults and sects is that they're like seeds. They can remain in the ground for decades, safe from all scrutiny, until an opportunity to sprout, grow, and bear monstrous fruits presents itself. The emergence of a cult on one of the rogue traders' planets does not mean the dynasty head himself is a chaos worshipper. Having said that, it should be noted that Theodora von Valentius was famous for her loose interpretation of the freedoms granted by the warrant. Heinrich regards you with a probing look. A bloodline can be stained by ancestral transgressions. If it is indeed so, it is in your best interest to do whatever is necessary to redeem yourself, and then perhaps you'll get a chance to salvage your dynasty's reputation. Why would Order of Xenos agents investigate a chaos cult? You're well versed to know how the Inquisition is organized, Valentine, yes. Initially, our arrival in the Coronis Expanse was dictated by the need to fight Xenos. But there is more. The cult is tangentially related to my main specialization. Perhaps I will be able to reveal the full truth someday, but right now I ask you to display humility and patience. Alright, well, I gave you space on my ship. What else do you need? The rogue trader should deliver me to the system that contains the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. I will then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use the resources that have fallen into their clutches, which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus and even the followers of the Omnicide themselves. I will be frank, the answer to the question is unlikely to please either of us. The machinations of chaos usually go beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destruction. Having their plans come to fruition would lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems in the Coronis Expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching the tragedy play out again. Now that's enough of a discussion about the archenemy servants. Tell me about the Drukhari who stole Rykrad's son. Heinrich winces. The Drukhari. One of the branches of the Eldari, the ancient and vicious Xenos race. Those creatures are a living terror to ordinary people who fall prey to their raids. For the simple reason that victims are not killed outright, but instead become their playthings. Just as you and I need air to survive, the Drukhari require psychic energy born from torment and pain, which they extract from their captives with uncanny expertise. I'm not American, I'm Canadian. Their ships, which are difficult to mistake for any other, arrive suddenly and undetected. Their stealth technologies greatly surpass the capabilities of standard Imperium augur arrays. The objectives of their raids is never to capture a world or a ship. No, they're only interested in fresh victims. After filling their holds with living captives, they disappear into the webway, a different dimension, which conceals their greatest stronghold, Camorra, the dark city of the Drukhari, from which none can hope to escape. Aww. I'm glad. I won't let anyone throw their weight around on my world, be they servants of chaos, Xenos, or heretics. Oh, wait. Heinrich studies your expression. I do not know why the Drukhari stole Rykad's son and brought about the fulfillment of the cult's prophecies. Perhaps the Xenos themselves have played into the archenemy's design, or perhaps Aurora's divinations. In fact, described the Drukhari's actions. There's only one thing I can say with absolute certainty. There is no alliance between the Cult of the Final Dawn and the Xenos. It is simply impossible. A commendable aspiration for a person who holds the fates of billions of people and dozens of imperial worlds in his hands. Which is why you need to be ever more diligent when looking for seeds of corruption on your planets, lest they sprout someday and spell doom for whatever is tangled in their roots. Let us assume that Gava Gama has fallen to heresy. What then? Will you again propose we destroy an entire planet? Heinrich stares you down. On Rykad Minoris, you made the decision that sent billions of souls into the grasp of the archenemy. An unreasonable and forgettably high price for a small handful of people saved by your mercy. Do I consider it a worthy exchange? I most certainly do not. Will I make every effort to make sure such an exchange does not happen again? Of course I will. Sentimentality is a luxury I cannot afford. I do not believe you lack compassion. You did not stop me, after all, although you certainly could have tried to. The interrogator's eyes narrow. I haven't said I would not like to be able to afford such luxury. In fact, deep down, I understand why you acted that way. I have yet to eliminate the understanding and acceptance within myself, but I will. I must go about my business. Is there anything else I need to know? Let me put it to you this way. You may think whatever you want of me, but my goal is not to hinder you. I am here to help you in the fight against foes you may not even be aware of. You have my word that I will provide every assistance in uprooting the heresy that is sprouted on the Von Valancius worlds while their master was away, and that I will be more patient with the less grievous flaws the bearers of the warrant are sometimes known to have. Heinrich inclines his head. Thank you for sparing the time, Lord Captain. Little Reggie. Winston Overwatch. Alright. Oh hey, we got a little trophy. From that time we fought the fucking metal dick monster in the ship. That's cool. I liked fighting the dick monster. Alright. Now we need to... What else is it? Alright, we need to talk to Argenta. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. Argenta should be up on the front. Yeah, over here. There's Argenta.
Greetings.
I'm waiting for you to tell me about your past and explain the strange words of that cultist on Footfall.
Yes, I'm ready. I would ask only one thing of you, Rogue Trader. If I may, I would like to see the chamber of the sacred warrant and kneel before the relic touched by the Emperor himself. A difficult conversation lies ahead of us, and I wish to pray by the relic before I lay my soul bare.
Of course, let's go there right away. Argenta nods gratefully. A lot of yapping. A lot of yapping out of us, it seems. Before we get to explore the stars. Argenta drops to her knees, her hands making the sign of the Aquila. Her eyes are locked on the sweeping signature of the warrant, a seemingly mundane thing, merely a flourish on a piece of paper. Unless one knows whose hand left that mark, and whose blood is on that paper. If thou sees a flaw in me, smite me. If thou knowest the fall of mine, burn me. With flames of fury and righteousness. But if thou sees the light in me, grace me. If thou hearest this plea of mine, bless me. With wrath of fury and of righteousness. Argenta's voice is sonorous, as if made for singing hymns and prayers, but right now she cannot seem to catch her breath. So overwhelmed with emotions is she. Hey Ra, how's it going? How's your Sunday? For I breathe by the will of thine, for I live by the law of thine. I carry thy word, O Emperor. I bring solace to servants of thine, and bring ruin to foes of thine. A fate of terror and righteousness. Upon finishing, she closes her eyes and remains silent for a long time, with her head raised high, slowly, like the first licks of flame in a campfire. A smile blossoms on her lips. Glad to hear that, Ra. When Argenta finally opens her eyes, they're alight with uncanny resolution. Rogue Trader, we need to talk. Or rather, I need to tell you something. The truth. The truth about how I ended up on Theodoro von Valancius' ship, and about the cultists we encountered on Footfall. I'm listening. Please understand. I couldn't trust you before. I'll tell you my story, and you'll see why. Argenta pauses. I'll start at the beginning. It's easier to piece everything together that way. Upon arriving in the Expanse, and on Footfall, I found no purpose here, only torment. I wasn't needed. The reliquary I had been assigned to safeguard was already well protected by Reverend Highness's mission. And no one was even trying to defile it. For all its vilenesses, lawlessness, Footfall respects the worship of the Emperor. That was when Lady Theodora, head of your dynasty, appeared. She became an agent of divine will in a way. Argenta falters, searching for the words. It was from her that I learned about a planet recently discovered by her scouts, Salus Prime. For a rogue trader, the planet was of little interest. A feral world, away from convenient warp routes. But for me, learning about its existence was a revelation. Never even heard of such a planet. Does it belong to the von Valancius dynasty? Yes, now the planet is yours by right, but it's not as simple as that. The warp route leading to it was lost. I will explain in due time. May I continue? Please continue. The description of Salus Prime was familiar to me. It seemed very similar to a world in an ancient legend. The legend of Saint Argenta and her ship. Her voice grows reverent. Argenta, the living saint. She is my patroness. The Order named me after her. She died millennia ago when heretics caused her ship to fall from the skies. But even those blasphemers could not touch Argenta's ashes or her holy relic, the One Star. For the fallen ship, which now served as a resting place for the saint's remains, would only allow the truly righteous to enter. All others would meet their death. Imagine what I felt when this flash of insight came upon me. The world where Saint Argenta's ship suddenly fell was merely a vague legend. No one knew its actual whereabouts, and suddenly I find that I, myself named after the saint, come across this information. I realized at that moment it was a portent, that I must journey to the planet and find the ship, and so I asked Reverend Hieronymus to let me go for a time on a personal pilgrimage. I boarded Theodora's ship and demanded passage to the newly discovered planet, Salus Prime. Why did you keep your supposition from Reverend Hieronymus? Surely he could have helped you with the search for the ship and the saint's remains. I couldn't come out just and tell him. It was important revealed to me personally, can't you see? I told Reverend Hieronymus the honest truth, that I was going on a personal pilgrimage to embolden my spirit. It really was a pilgrimage. It was as if Saint Argenta herself had shown me the way, commanding me to undertake this trial. If I had found the ship and set foot on its decks, if I had laid my hand on the remains of the relic, it would have been a sign that I had truly been blessed with the saint's favor. It's understandable, searching for your destiny, your place in the world. It's a special matter, your personal one. You either succeed at it or you don't. Argenta looks at you, somewhat surprised. I thought that I had been cold, that finding the ship was my destiny, my place in the world, perhaps. Perhaps there's something to it. Well, what happened next? Defeat, Argenta says bitterly. The ship's augers failed to detect anything of note during the orbital scanning. I was expecting this, though. According to legend, the ship can conceal itself with the naked eye, and only a pilgrim guided by a pure heart can find it. What I didn't expect was an ambush waiting for us on the planet. I landed there with a small unit provided by Theodora. I know Saint Argenta's calligraphy by heart. I know all the legends about her. I followed their obscure clues, the descriptions of mountains and rivers from millennia-old tales, and I was certain that I had found the way to the ship. And that's when we were attacked. The words we heard in the heretic's shrine on footfall. Something about ways, doors, please addressed to some lord, the edge of daybreak. Argenta is shaking with disgust. They're the same words as those spoken by the cultists who attacked us on Salus Prime. My whole unit perished. All those honest, brave people I had led to a search for the relic, it was only by a miracle that I didn't perish along with them. I didn't connect these events at first. The cultists on Footfall, the cultists on Salus Prime, the cultists attacking the ship, and Conrad's betrayal. What if these are all links on the same chain? What if they've long since infiltrated the ranks of the Von Valancia's servants? What if I led those heretics to the sacred planet with my search? No need to blame yourself. If the heretics really had wormed their way into the Von Valancia's ranks by then, they would have found the planet, even without you going there. I doubt it. No one except me was particularly interested in the planet. Conrad, on the other hand, he sympathized with me when I first came aboard. He helped arrange an audience with Theodora and supported me in my effort to visit the planet. I never told him plainly that I wanted to go there, but I imagine that Vulture must have figured it out that it was something important. Something that related to the holy faith of the Imperium, and what would delight a heretic more than defiling a relic? Sadly, the only one who might have all the answers, Conrad. Not Conrad the Primarch, Conrad von Valancius. Conrad, the spy master of the Rogue Trader dynasty. He betrays us in the prologue. Tries to kill Theodora and reveals himself to be a cultist of the Final Dawn cult. Oh yes, I sincerely hope you will meet him again. That serpent needs to answer a few questions before he is plunged into a cleansing flame. So how'd you manage to escape from the cultists? Argenta hangs her head. Theodora's people received a distress call, came to my rescue, and brought me aboard the ship. I barely remember what happened. When they arrived, I was already severely wounded, fighting back with whatever remained of my strength. I think I shouted that we had to go after them, but they didn't listen. They took me to the shuttle and pulled out. After that, it's all blackness. When I came to, we were already in the middle of a warp jump. Theodora had urgent matters to take care of, and she decided that she could clear of the planet at a later time.
And that's why you didn't trust me before, correct?
Yes, Rogue Trader.
Argento looks you in the eye. I saw with my own eyes how a member of your family showed his true colors as a servant of the archenemy. I had already suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of cultists and was afraid of another betrayal. I couldn't be forthright with you, and so I studied you, looking for seeds of corruption or the lights of righteousness. And what did you find? A man who stood shoulder to shoulder with me and helped eradicate the cultists on Footfall. Argento smiles, as if reminiscing about a pleasant evening spent in the company of friends rather than a bloody battle. Although my opinion of you started to change even before then. Back when you agreed to talk to the orphans at my request, a leader who's willing to honor those who laid down their lives for them and take care of their children. A leader who inspires trust, the way you acted in that moment. Do you remember? There was a young man whose grief and confusion had driven him to insolence. You didn't turn a blind eye to his misdeed, but you chose the right words to show him the path to redemption. It was harsh but necessary, like the Emperor's truth, like bitter medicine that helps the sick. I learned much about you in that moment, Rogue Trader. I want to believe that I wasn't mistaken in my judgment. So just to clarify, you're wounded, so you never found Saint Argento's ship, is that right? Yes, I rushed to Theodora the moment I could walk again, and I insisted on going back to Salus Prime to defend the relic from the heretics. But I was told that the warp had destroyed the old route to the planet, and that plotting a new one would take a great deal of time and effort. And if there could be anything more important than protecting the faith, as if there could be anything more important than protecting the faith and hunting down servants of the archenemy. In any event, the route was lost, and all knowledge of it died in the attack on the ship along with the old navigator. But now we have a new lead. The data that we collected in the cultist shrine on Footfall. I don't care what that reprobate we executed said. There must be a way to track them down. Tell me, Rogue Trader, will you help me in this undertaking? Will you help me find the great relic and return to the people of the Imperium? Well, Reggie, are you telling me you want to fuck the hot tomboy Battle of Sister? Is that what you're telling me? You want to bang that? Is this what turns you on? Hot chicks with heavy bolters and power armor? Can't believe you. Well, don't worry, we're gonna treat her well. There's nothing I wouldn't do to reclaim a sacred object for the people of the Imperium. Argento walks up and places her hand on your shoulder. So be it, Rogue Trader, as I stand here before the warrant, the embodiment of the Emperor's will marked by his own hand. I vow that I will not relent until the holy relic has been returned and the heretics punished. And may the light be with us both on this path. Did I stutter? Aw, little Usagi. I mean, you can always just dye your hair white and put on power armor. See? See? I'm right. You gotta put on the power armor. That's the trick. Put on some sick power armor. Alright, let's go to the Bionica. Alright. First things first, I want to get some chip patched up. Because we got some cool abilities. Let's see. So we want someone who's going to be in close quarters, right? Actually, Abelard. Oh, you have one already, don't you? 5% more damage for each combat within it. Actually, it doesn't... That's actually kind of lame. Can we replace that with this? Yeah, we can. Cool. Jump maneuver. Hey, how about we give you this? Why is it... Set this augment in order to galvanize its ability in combat. What does that mean? Galvanized. Till the end of the turn, the element gains... Weird. Sure. Alright. Now we can replace your boots. There we go. I can promise Reggie is really cool. But sure. I'll pet a little loose out here, don't worry.
Rogue trader.
Now, we need to find where Eogun is. Oh, there's Eogun. Hello. Actually, wait. Wait. Eogun? Are you not... Oh, you formally removed yourself from the party list. You're formally gone out of the party. That's weird. Why did that happen? Also, is that a bisected man? Oh no, that's just a skirt. Okay. On the operating tables, several bodies are laid out, their mutilations exposed to the chill air, their chests and abdominal cavities yawn wide, excavated of their augmented organs, which now nestle in flasks. Still connected to the bodies by tubes and cables. Judging by the rhythmic contractions, the organs are still functioning. Eogun hovers beside the tables, assiduously taking measurements and jabbing bacandrites into the extracted organs or inside their bodies. Nunclus keeps stoic vigil nearby, an impassive observer of this grotesque spectacle. Take a closer look at the bodies. Three men of differing ages lie before you. Young, middle-aged, and old. If you look closely, you can see that they still have a semblance of life about them. Each one is at the top of the skull, delicately removed. Electrodes are now attached to the bluish-hued brain tissue latticed with blood vessels. Below the neck is one continuous gaping wound, the edges spread and held in place by a complex system of clamps. Examine the young man. Pathologically emaciated build and spindly. Almost transparent limbs indicate this is a voidborn. A glance into the open ribcage reveals signs of damage. The sac around the heart is torn and the vessels have been reinforced with metal staples. The poor-use heart is half augment. Both ventricles have been replaced by pumps which are connected to opaque tubes that run to the Medicae device's reservoir. The young man's neck is tattooed with his bag code and job title. It seems he's a common worker from the lower decks. Examine the man. With his well-developed musculature and strong bones, this man presents a stark contrast to the others. His left arm is missing, along with part of his shoulder. Shreds of major vessels protrude from a neatly trimmed stump. They have been closed off with bizarrely looking end caps that are wired to a metal arm lying nearby. The Enforcer's emblem is tattooed to the man's neck. Tapped with the Von Valencia's coat of arms. Or topped, rather. The old man's eyelids are closed and his face is serene. He might appear to be sleeping peacefully were it not for the deathly pallor of his face and monstrously mangled neck. He had been fitted with a voice implant at some point previously, but had recently been wrenched from the unfortunate man's body. Every so often, the metal hose now serving as his trachea emits a reedy whistling noise. He is clutching something tightly in his right hand. It is an ornate set of prayer beads, the kind used by the ordained servants of the ecclesiarchy. Absorbed in his work, Eogun pauses for a moment, listening to Nunclus, then glances at the cognitators and shakes his head. No, dearest colleague, that would be excessive. Nuncius, shed some light on these experiments, would you? Nuncius obediently turns on his built-in lumen, illuminating the subjects on the tables. It seems he is unwilling to unfolds the subtleties of the experiment, silently ceding the right to answer to Iogun. The Manipulus's massive bulk spins around to face you, his eyes dancing with excitement. Rogue Trader! Your arrival has triggered a cascade of impulses in the prefrontal cortex of my brain. Delight, that's the word. I was searching for. Cast off your worries, the subjects of the experiments have been preserved through a combination of alchemical compounds. Local transactions of the motive force and moderately invasive augmentation procedures, in other words, all three are very much alive. Throughout his speech, Iogun's mechandroids continue their manipulation of the bodies. The crux. All three organisms were found in critical condition. I asked myself, is their usefulness and productive ability truly at an end? Nonsense. To move from a state of being to a state of non-being entails no benefits or meaning. I personally ensured that their vital functions were preserved. Our goal could not have been simpler, to vanquish death by creating the perfect righteous man. That which I have dubbed the Triasomata. Needless to say, the procedure is highly experimental and demands a certain looseness of interpretation in regards to augmentation canons, as well as integration of components that would incur the Imperium's disapproval. The Upnanasaya teaches us to surmount any obstacles in the name of knowledge, especially when pursuing the goal of such magnitude. Uh-oh. 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 Triasomata, what is that? The triune essence, the amalgam of the best constituent parts of three individuals who have excelled themselves in service, metaphysically consists of three beginnings. Mortal flesh, verum sanctum, and righteousness. By creating the perfect combination, we will achieve totality that is vastly superior to its components in its qualities and usefulness to the Imperium. Okay, so I'd like to point out, right, this motherfucker is talking about the idea of a person that is truly immortal and never dies through the use of technology, right? This motherfucker was also added in the Necron DLC, which we're currently doing content for. And while this DLC is new and I haven't played through it before, having a motherfucker talking about immortality through technology in a Necron DLC is very alarming. I do not want to hear that. Would I recommend Barony? Yeah, it's fun. I would especially recommend it if you like summoning and friendship. And hard games. And friendship. It's a very, how do I put it? It's a very, retro style game. It plays like a very old roguelike. Not roguelite, but a proper roguelike. And it's very enjoyable. Is it focused on co-op? Not focused per se, but there's no alternate balance for playing solo. So if you play solo, the game's just going to be a lot harder. And if you play co-op, the game's going to be less hard, effectively. Well, less hard in certain ways. Yeah. I mean, I have it, if you guys ever want to play together. I'm always up to try Barony. I haven't really gotten into it much. I've mostly been hunting for secrets in the tutorial and... Yeah. Yeah. I have really enjoyed the little that I've played. I would definitely be up to play with you guys if you want. Why is this experiment so important to you? An angry spark zips along the pistons of the Manipulus's beard. He floats higher, turning his glowering gaze on the sector's ceilings. Because I cannot abide by the senseless waste of potential. I cannot accept that a foolish accident and the fragility of organic flesh in an instant deprive the Imperium of worthy servants. And if I am to extend their service life, I will do so, whatever the cost. Awareness test failed. Drifting over once more, Iogun calmly asks, are there any more questions plaguing you, Rogue Trader? Uh-oh. It's definitely playable solo. You do not need a group to play the game. Especially if you're creative. If you're playing solo, your primary disadvantage is that combat will kick your ass, but your primary advantage is not having to split loot, so you have a lot more options for creativity. And keep in mind that this is a game with things like summoning, mind control, traps, sabotage, stealth, backstabbing, you got lighting control. You can turn enemies against each other. Like, if you play solo, let's say, and you can basically just kind of go like, okay, I'm just going to start lighting traps everywhere, I'm going to start putting down gun turrets, I'm going to start building fucking, like, machines to start blocking off corridors, I'm going to start recruiting allies to fight with me, and then you can make your own party. You can just rely on stealth and traps or whatever you want, but you do have advantages playing alone. The advantage is just mostly in resource availability. You can do very, very crazy things if you have the resources for it. What are the practical significance of your experiment? In their current state, each of the subjects is doomed. But just as the parts of dying mechanisms can be combined again to create a functioning machine, so too can these subjects be combined into a single entity. Granting them continued life through the correct configuration of the Ferrum Sanctum, and organic components of all three. The only thing that I require to continue the experiment is a solution to my dilemma. Which subjects should serve as the basis? Very well, I will help you, but what role am I to play in this experiment? Also, you have Mira. I'm your friend. A decisive one! I can detail the composition and humor ratio of each experimental subject. Measure the mass of their frontal lobe, or answer with the picosecond accuracy how often their heart contracts. But how does one calculate a man's righteousness? How do you weigh diligence of service? You can help me answer these questions by choosing the basis of the Tria Samanda. Your assessment will be the linchpin upon the experiment's hinges. Why not combine all three minds to serve its basis? Three minds cannot coexist in one body. Setting aside the fact that even I would not be capable of achieving such a feat in practice, in theory it would certainly lead to some complete deconstruction of all three minds. Some less flexible thinkers might even consider it heresy. You sense some agreement in Nonsulis's silence. Damn, that was a lot of spam all at once, jeez. As my dearest colleague rightly notes, we have encountered many such points of contention over the years. Alright, well, tell me the merits of all three. The Mechandrite touches the table with the middle-aged man. Enforcer Lartinic. He has diligently served on the ship since birth. A participant in countless combat landings, where he is a model of valor and steadfastness. He was known on the lower decks for being tough but fair. His last act of heroism was in the rescue of an enforcer patrol and a number of workers on deck 515E2. Lorenique placed his own body over a crack grenade thrown from the crowd by a mutineer. Next is the old man, Preacher Cleophanes. Originally assigned to serve as the ship's reliquary, he rejected the luxury of the chapel in favor of an eternal pilgrimage on the decks where no servant of the ecclesiarchy had ever set foot. Through his sample and word, he encouraged and instructed the outcast and forgotten, Thousands of souls would otherwise have lost their faith and fallen to heresy, came to know the word of the Emperor, but only took one to end Cleophon's preaching for good, and that man attacked him during a sermon, managing to rip out the preacher's vocal implant before the crowd tore him apart. Finally, Eogun touches the Voidborn youth. Mikosh, a ventilation shaft crawler from Sorting Hub 10. He dutifully burned mold, slime, and vermin, and would be the first to climb into blocked ducts, risking his life to deliver recycled air into the sector. He was a true believer and never lamented his lot. On his final foray, he saved hundreds of workers by using his body to plug a hole in a combustible gas pipe. The toxicity led to cardiac arrest and blood poisoning. Ooh, that's brutal. Okay. Eogun raises his mechandroids in anticipation. Who will form the basis of Trias Armada? Alright. Poll time. Poll time, motherfuckers. Curious to see what we get here. New poll. Enforcer. Priest. Worker. So all three of these guys sound great, right? Like, the worker, you know, he was a modest dude, hardworking, humble, did what he had to do without complaint. The enforcer went above and beyond, but he was also a bit of a hard ass. But he's still fucking. He's like a hero of heroes. And conversely, the priest was just a chill, nice old man. I don't know if the priest would really appreciate being made immortal or if he'd consider it bad, but being a member of the ecclesiarchy who cares about the common man is definitely cool. Curious to see who we end up going with. Oh wow, we have one vote for each. Oh god. That is very even. How the hell did that happen? No, what's not? It's because it's rounding down. Oh, priest. Okay, priest he's getting the majority now. Oh, yeah, priest got up to 3 now. Alright. Priest it is. Priest gets it. Even contemplates the half-dead man lying stretched out on the galvanized surface. The choice has been made, but will you deign to answer my question? Why him? I must know your thought process. Iconoclast. In their darkest hour, the people find strength in faith. He is righteous not because of what he preached, but because of whom he did it for. Eogun closes his organic eye deep in thought. Finally, his face breaks into a smile. Thank you, Valentine. This is it. A solution to our dilemma. I will begin with the triasomnia procedure. May organic flesh and sacred machinery be one. Yeah, welcome back, Reggie. Also, we fused together 3 men and made an old preacher into the new mind. With a barely audible crunch, Eogun's injector mech android pierces the brain tissue. The man's face contorts in anguish, and his back arches in a fit of spasms, his brow furrowing. The janitor delivers a powerful pulse of the motive force, and the unfortunate man drops limply back down onto the table. The tech priest's manipulators dart between the three bodies, separating organs, augmentics, and limbs, and transplanting them into a new host. Discharges of energy coruscate around Eogun's hulking figure, growing brighter and brighter until a final flash leaves you temporarily blinded. When your vision returns, you see the manipulus is carefully releasing the subject's limbs from the restraints. The project is complete. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. He's crying. Yeah, okay, maybe not cool. The creature, which a second ago resembled a humanoid lump of bloody meat, studded with metal, suddenly leaps out with unexpected vigor, tossing Eogun backward and letting out an unintelligible howl of suffering. Before anyone can react, the amalgam man barrels towards the entrance of Sector Bionica, filling the deserted corridors with his plaintive moans. Eogun stares after him in amusement. Impossible. The calculations were perfectly calibrated, all factors taken into consideration. Was the specimen defective? I must find the Trianosomic data immediately and determine what went wrong. Voxmaster Victus. Your comm bead crackles to life, carrying the Voxmaster's curious voice. Lord Captain. An urgent report from Mr. Sourback. A strange creature resembling a malfunctioning servitor is heading towards the lower decks, shouting pleas that make references to you and Janitor Febris. Enforcers have been dispatched to intercept it, but they assume that you would prefer to assess this situation personally. Uh-oh. Thank you, Victus. Janitor Febris and I will fit out immediately. One way or another, we must see the experiment through to the end. Yeah. This is interesting. Alright, let's level you up real quick. Let's see. Eogun can target enemies with a Bring It Down ability. In this case, saves resolve for 100%. Target immediately attacks the closest creature, prioritizing other enemies. Then the target suffers a negative 8 to all characteristics. A target affected by his Fremsem becomes stunned for 1 round unless it's a powerful enemy. Target not affected by it suffers +1 stack of perplexed. Interesting. That's actually really cool. I like that.
A new experiment.
Bring It Down is the... Yeah, so instead of giving an ally an extra turn, we can give an enemy an extra turn, but, like, force them to attack each other. That's genuinely really cool.
Blessed be the road that we take.
Alright. Ooh, goods. Alright, not seeing the guy anywhere. You guys seeing him?
Let's proceed, Nuncius.
Oh, wait, there's bloodstains. I'm stupid. The worker is huddled on the floor, the imprint of a mechanical hand on his shadowed shoulder. Someone seized him with great force and threw him into a wall. What's going on? The Triasamata lies prostrate before the entrance to the bay. The faint Aquila on the door is the only witness to his incoherent babbling. His hysterical wails of the righteous trio man are interrupted from time to time by the clanging of his augmented skull against the deck. A viscous mixture of blood and oil oozes from the staples on his forehead, and his fingernails are chipped from his attempts to dig the implant out of his body. A quivering, decrepit voice wheezes out a desperate plea. Prayer is not words. Prayer is in the deeds of the righteous. My sandals are worn to shreds, but I still walk. A spasm wrecks his body, and his already muddled speech turns into a frightening cacophony that barely sounds like language. Suddenly, the Triasimata pounds his head on the deck again and spews forth another melody of rugged sentences. I lead them, but I myself am lost. God Emperor, I pray, answer, answer, answer. The spasm repeats. Eogan clicks his tongue in displeasure, pouring at a piston on his beard as he thinks. The subject left the Sector Bionica prematurely. Nuncius is right. I was so absorbed on the Trianomica procedure and its successful outcome that I made the mistake of unfastening the restraints before the psychological evaluation could be conducted. Rogue Trader, we must stabilize the Triamonica before the specimen is forever lost to us. Nuncius, present me. The Vox Skull hovers haughtily without uttering a word. It is clear he thinks you need no introduction. True. 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 Abelard, scowling jealously at Nuncius, mutters, "Allow me, Lord Captain. Triazomatica, before you stands Rogue Trader Valentine von Valancius, Lord Captain of this vessel and sovereign of its crew. Surely, by his grace, do you still live? One wrong word, one wrong movement, and I will personally call the enforcers down upon you." The mumbling and head-thumping stop. The man shifts his clouded gaze to you, and you see recognition in his eyes. "God Emperor, take pity on me, take me to the foot of your golden throne. My sandals are worn to shreds, but I still walk. I am lost, so lost." The old man squeezes his hands in the sign of the Aquila. He presses them into his chest so hard that you hear the crunch of his organic hand against the augmentic. Fucking hell. You have undergone a grave operation. The implants need time to settle, and your body and mind need time to adapt. I promise you will feel better. His whole body shudders, then he freezes abruptly. Sobbing, he whispers a witless smile. "I will hear him. Not a punishment, a test. I will endure the torments of the flesh. My spirit will find a way." The Triasimata looks more stable, a little more, and you will be able to calm him down. Let me take a look at you. I will ease your pain. Medicaid's test succeeded. The Triasomatica goes still, allowing you to examine him. You treat his wounds and the places where the implant meets flesh with antiseptic ointments and apply targeted stimulants to alleviate his pain. His frenzied breathing begins to even out. They stop. The poor man's shoulders slowly slump. The convulsions steadily subside. His lucidity does not last long. The amalgam's eyes soon go blank and his mouth stretches out in a blissful smile. Rocking peacefully and drooling, he murmurs broken snippets from his former life and prayers to the Emperor. Absurd! Unacceptable! Eogan scans the Triasomatica, furiously pounding the keys of the microcognator and mounted on his torso. You have succeeded in pacifying him, but the Triasimata is rejecting the attempts of the implant's machine spirits to contain the cognitive entropy. Total personality degradation is inevitable. I must reassemble him. Oh god. See, look! A happy ending! You doubted me, Reggie. You doubted me. Look at this happy ending right here. Look at this. This poor old man lived his life patrolling the lower decks, living amongst the rabble, and then a madman ripped out his throat, and he thought he died, and now he gets brought back as a horrible flesh amalgam. And now his personality is slowly experiencing an inevitable entropy into non-existence. That's the happiest possible ending would be for him to get shot in the head right now. I mean, let's look at our dialogue options, shall we? Option 1. That's enough, Eogun. Leave this blissful fool be and let the Medicae of the Sector Bionica tend to him till the end. Hospice, hospice is good. Option 2. Servitorize him and send him back to the lower decks. He may still serve the dynasty. Okay, lobotomization. Sure. Third option. Eogun. Do it again. Getting made into another flesh amalgam. That's cool. My, quite the oddity he has become. Send him to the upper decks and let the officers marvel and make sport of him. Look. He gets a promotion now. He can have a promotion with this option. Wow. I do not want to see this thing again. Servitorize him and send him somewhere out of my sight. Last option. Kill the Triasimata. I shall grant you the Emperor's mercenary. Wow. Look at all of these happy endings. We have death, we have lobotomization, and we have torture. Please kill him, okay. Okay. I killed him with a combat knife. Oh. The Trian man sinks noisily to the floor. His augments shudder for a while, then stops forever. A strange expression is fixed on his face. A smile of liberation. The tech priest looks gloomier than than a cloud. Not a cloud? What? Okay. Have you ever seen a cloud that looks actively gloomy? Rogue trader. I am experiencing a cognitive block. I have analyzed every single failure hypothesis and double-checked every step I made, and I have failed to identify a single mistake. The organic parts in the Ferrum Sanctum joined together perfectly. The brain was perfectly preserved. These complications should never have occurred, and yet the outcome cannot be denied. My calculations are perfectly correct. It is incontrovertible fact. So was the flaw of the conditions or in the subject themselves? Brainy.cloud, true. But that's still kind of funny, because it's like treating I don't know. I get the metaphor, but it's kind of funny in context. People are not machines. You tried to break people down into mechanical components. Your original hypothesis was flawed. The Mechanicus galvanic cell crackles nervously. My hypothesis is flawed, but how? It's inconceivable. Or have I strayed and committed heresy by believing that I had comprehended the nature of the machine god by thinking that we're simpler creatures than him? Rogue Trader, I thank you for your contribution to our research. Narcos and I can now call you colleague in all earnestness. I need to rethink, and discuss the new data with Nuncius. Please, find me in the bridge later. We must discuss the results of the experiment. Yeah, that... Okay. Oh, hey, look, free parts. Oh, wow, look at this cool free loot. Oh, nice. Cool. Free loot. See? Happy ending. Happy ending. We got free loot.
If such is the Emperor's will.
Right? Happy ending? Happy ending. Free loot. See? Told you. Yeah. Listen, all three of those people were complete heroes. All of them were heroes. They all died as heroes. And then, before their bodies were cold, they were reanimated and just slapped together and then forced to exist. And, yeah. You know who also says that online? Okay,
Take assistant.
okay,
Prove
come on.
yourself useful.
Come on. Come on. It's not that bad. We're not talking about a Homelander situation. Come on. All right. There we go.
Nuncius, don't lag behind.
Now let's go back up to the bridge. Now that we've done, you know, our relevant war crimes against our own people, let's go find Eogun, because Eogun wants to talk about the experiment and how it went, because it went really well, you know. So let's go find where Eogun's hiding, because I don't actually know where he is on the bridge, I'll be honest with you. He's not over there. Not here. Is he over here? But you're yet? No? There's Abelard. Oh, there he is. He's over here in the corner.
Rogue Trader, your timing is impeccable. I am ready to discuss the fascinating experiment we have been conducting in the Sector Bionica, and on other decks. Indeed. After processing all the data, including your invaluable contribution to the outcome of the experiment, my dear colleague and I engaged in a lengthy debate. My cognitive block has been resolved at last. I have come to the conclusion that the only correct decision in the context of this experiment was not to conduct it in the first place. My methods were correct and my intentions good, but I clung to my hypothesis to the last, in blind defiance of Nuncius's arguments and objective reality. I was attempting to wring usefulness out of people like charge from a dying battery. But regardless of how well and long a battery served before, when it is finally depleted, isn't the more rational response to dispose of it and replace it with a new one? Righteousness is a trait of these people, but it is not their primary function. I see that now.
I think you've drawn the wrong conclusion from all this.
Perhaps, but it is what I truly believe. Only time, the most dispassionate arbiter of all, will be able to judge us. I wish to thank you. You helped me cope with a situation that was beyond my control, and to recognize my mistakes. And that is worth a great deal. I was considering using this implant in an experiment, but I thought it too valuable to waste on the laity.
Oh.
Please, accept it as a gift.
Yeah, go have fun. What are you going to eat, by the way? Alright. I'll take my
I
leave.
find our conversation stimulating, and I will look forward to your next visit.
Okay, that fucking augment is absolutely absurd. I need that on my... I see why Tree said that the stimulants were a lot better now. Because the fucking ability to just completely ignore all of the downsides and only get the upsides is amazing.
I serve the Golden Throne.
Alright, let's equip this. Where does this go? Over here? Yeah, install that shit. Complete immunity to the side effects. Alright, back to the bridge. We're gonna need to go back to Footfall for a moment to get the upgrades. I'm not gonna get the upgrades. To grab our space cop, and then we'll be able to go explore the stars. Back to the docks. Come on, there you go.
A nice little stroll.
Citizen. Arbitrator. Where is... There's Solomon. Hey, bud.
Thank you for responding to my request, Rogue Trader. I am here on the orders of Marshal Strax to ask for your help. We are in pursuit of a tithe thief. We must board the thief's ship, execute the heretic for his crimes, and return the sacred tribute to the protection of the Adeptus Arbites. The reward for your assistance in this matter will be the thief's frigate, the Heartless, which we will capture in the course of the mission.
Well, it's a pleasure to see you, Solomon, and you too, Glyto.
Glyto, speak! Not every cybermastiff receives a personal greeting from a rogue trader. Such an honor warrants a response.
I will help. What's the plan?
Captain Sargona and his flagship, the Heartless, are concealed in the Mundus Nullius. The exact location can only be determined with your ship's augurs when we enter the system. The Heartless is escorted by a small flotilla. You'll need to neutralize it in order to capture the frigate. Our BT strike teams will land on the upper deck, while your boarding party handles the remaining bays. My squad of arbitrators will take on the most difficult and dangerous part of the operation. The ultimate goal is to capture the captain's bridge and interrogate and execute Sargona.
Well, I've got other things to attend to on the way. Will you be able to accompany me?
No. I'm still on mission, and in your absence, my subordinates and I will be checking weapons and finalizing tactics for the assault. In other words, we will be wholly occupied with preparations.
Any tactical recommendations for the assault?
The task is relatively simple. Kill all enemies we encounter, and not let them kill us.
Ooh.
Sargona must be taken alive for questioning, but I and my team will handle that. There is one other thing. The following call signs will be used for Vox communication during the mission. You will be RT1, and I will be DX1. I also request you use RBT sign language throughout. Non-verbal commands are faster than speaking and will allow us to catch our target unawares. Here is a short list.
Study the data slate. There are 24 basic commands, from head nods to combinations of hand gestures, everything you need to quickly and efficiently communicate enemy positions and numbers, and even coordinate joint attacks. You have a deal.
Good. Do you have any further questions?
I have no more questions. Board the flagship and wait my command.
Acknowledged. Sargona is already dead. He just doesn't know it yet.
Alright, cool.
Light of terror, guide
Let's
our
get going back to space. Now I'm curious where we're gonna head next. Let's see. Cabella's so cute. Thanks. Alright, let's see. From here, we have a few places we can still go. But we want to avoid wasting our navigator's insight whenever possible. My apologies, Lord Captain. The enforcers report that your pet Aldari is in a foul mood and is moving towards the captain's bridge. We didn't dare stop her, but I expect you will have a difficult conversation ahead of you. God damn it. What is the fucking space elf want?
Please spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantak. Azurion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures? And still, One monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over. She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touching my hand, she suggested that we withdraw somewhere private. She wanted... Morag. The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
My people have behaved contemptuously, and I apologize for it.
I accept your words, Elantark. And still, try to imagine Elantark being lusted after by a wild beast.
I really want to shoot her.
Foul,
Every time she talks, I just want to shoot her.
so vile that it makes your very
love you too,
soul
little
shudder.
Usagi. I'll speak to my subjects, you won't be bothered again.
Your words warm my soul. Very well. I will leave now.
Yeah, please fuck off. But just for clarity, right? Because I don't think I've explored this option yet. Or brought this up. But if we talk to Heinrichs...
To what do I owe this visit?
You can literally tell him to just fucking assassinate the Psyker and the Xeno in your retinue at like any point. Just be like, just take care of them. Just get rid of it. Get rid of the Xeno, get rid of the Psyker. I don't want that shit on my ship. Just make him fuck off. I'm so tempted. I am so tempted to just have Juliet. Like, we already voted on shooting her. And we shot her, but she just kind of fucked off. Unfortunately. Lord Captain, I keep receiving reports about malfunctions among the various ship systems. This time, we are dealing with inexplicable temperature fluctuations. Thermal control failures were observed not only in individual compartments, but even in the soldiers' protective equipment. Several crew members have suffered from burns and frostbite. Can't get rid of her. It's not that I can't. It's just that killing off a major party member just feels like... It feels like it would cause a lot of narrative strife, you know? I might be wrong on that. I might be able to just kill her off without losing out on any real content. But if I do kill her off, it'll have to be, I think, logically, after I do the thing that I promised to do. Also, hi Tree, how's it going? How's your Sunday? The tech priests are performing the rites of machine spirit pacification and remain convinced that the issues were caused by the spirit's obstinacy and defiance. The reports claim that the incidents remain well within the scope of expected performance parameters. Over the last few days, complaints about the malfunctioning thermal controls have dwindled, but the crew members have started whispering that our vessel is haunted. The tech priest's assurances that only the machine spirit's tempers are to blame are doing nothing to dissuade these ridiculous rumors. Going good here, just working through Footfall from Act 2. Nice, nice. Yeah, there really is. Oh no, not this quest. Oh, this quest is a pain in the ass. Glitch? Why am I floating in the wall? Yeah. It's a cool quest line, yeah, but there's a lot of annoying when it comes to investigative missions in this game. It's very easy to soft lock yourself. So even if you figure out the right answer, you won't be able to get it without reloading just because the game will just lock you into certain states if you press the wrong dialogue option. And it's just really annoying. Especially since I usually play on permadeath mode, so I can't reload things that have been locked in. So I just have to kind of roll with, like, suboptimal outcomes just because the game takes away my ability to say what the right answer is if I don't, like, come across it in the right order. It's very annoying. Sauerback. How could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt upon the rogue trader in his own chambers, right under the noses of your enforcers. A fierce growl rumbles deep in Abelard's throat. The lacerated arms radiates grim fury. Her eyes are dark, her lips pursed. With a practiced hand, she removes the maul from her belt and offers it to you. An unforgivable error. I accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment. Take the maul and beat Sauerback with it. Yeah, she wants it. I know she's a sadomasochist, so she's just into this shit. Sauerback clenches her teeth through every one of your blows. Not a single sound escapes her throat, not even when the mauled steel head breaks her nose and splits open her lips. After you finish, she retrieves her women back and bows, all while maintaining the same impeccable bearing. Thank you, Lord Captain. Requesting permission to report. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We have begun our search for the culprit, and have set up an investigation headquarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your lordship, the very presence of such genetic aberrations on board is a serious threat to the safety of the ship and must be addressed promptly. Once word of this gets out, many among the crew will surely see it as a brazen challenge to your status as rogue trader. What genetic aberration? The heresy of mutation. Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only ruin and death. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because their governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. Yeah. You don't say. I wonder why somebody we don't consider human and exterminate by the thousands would think to revolt. What a crazy mystery. Shut up, Adira. Adira, you're the Meg of this fucking retinue. Please understand that. Heinrichs. Alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited only to those outside its borders. Mutants can become a considerable threat, especially when given the chance to organize. Argenta. The heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight. Then fight we shall. Let the vessel be purged of their filth. What do you intend to do next? As one, every enforcer present gets on their knees. Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow on our honor. We only ask for one thing. A chance to absolve ourselves of our guilt. Allow me to head to the officer's desk at once so that I may lead the investigation personally. Abelard. Lord Captain, on a previous occasion it was your intervention that resolved a matter of my own rigidity that had only succeeded in making worse. With all due respect to Mistress Sauerback, perhaps she would benefit from your fresh perspective. Seneschal, do you think so little of me that you would rob me of a chance to defend my honor? I'll handle the investigation myself. If those should challenge me, then I shall take matters into my own hands. You see a look of horror in Sauerback's eyes. Lord Captain, I implore you, this was my mistake. If you rectify it for me, I will be disgraced. Could it never be considered a disgrace to face a challenge shoulder to shoulder with your lord? I had not considered it like that. Your resolve is commendable. I'll await your arrival in the headquarters of the officer's deck to brief you on our current progress. But yeah, Tree, what's your current build, by the way? Right. I don't know how time sensitive this is. Lead the investigation. Yeah, I'm gonna go and try and do some other shit first. Because I want to level up a little bit. Try and get some higher stats. Chart new routes. Lovely. Let's visit the local system. Oh boy, that's a lot of ships. Alright, let's try and take a look at the planets before we go and fuck around with that. 7 plasteel is... We already have plasteel, we should be fine with it. Doing pyromancer, not a creative build or anything. Pyromancer's fine. Yeah, pyromancer feels nice. More scanning. There we go. Now let me check real quick the posts. Okay, we got all our posts taken care of. Alright. Now let's try and fuck with some of these ships. See if they're manageable at our current level. If not, we might have to back out, but... I wish there was a better way to tell how hard a ship encounter is before you attach to it.
It is the Emperor's will
for
us to crush them.
The fucking space elves. Alright, well that shouldn't be too bad. We just gotta ram them. I have an idea. We go this way. Yeah. Go here. Okay. Create... Man. Cancel the movement. Create torpedoes here, pointing straight down, and then go on a flank. Holy shit, those torpedoes have... They reached me from all the way over there. Holy shit. Okay, I was trying to outrange them, but that evidently is not... Okay, that's death. That's just death. That is... Holy shit. Okay, never mind.
We must persevere.
Never mind, we just lose instantly in one turn. Okay. Yeah, that's instant death. Cool. Okay, I was planning on trying to kite the torpedoes, but I guess we're just gonna fucking instantly die to the Eldari. Okay, cool. Let's just try and check this planet out then. Uh-oh, wait. Don't tell me. I tried to swerve around it. I think it might not have worked. Yep, didn't work. Okay. In that case, we are going to have to rely on Plan B. We're going to need Plan B for this. Come on. And then can this hit? Yeah, that can hit. Cool. Alright, let's just blast him as hard as we can. Okay, we miss. That's not good. Okay, we just popped all their shields, but we didn't actually hit them. Okay, we actually managed to dodge one of the torpedoes this way, so that's better. But we're still probably dead. No! Okay, so the neutron torpedoes, I think, have really crazy speed, but terrible turning radius. That explains a lot. Alright. Let's try and zoom around and repair our shields. Yeah, they turned really bad. Empire at War? Yeah. Oh, hey, plasma torpedoes. Cool. They got these ones. Okay. Yeah, this is a lot easier. Okay. We hit that. Hit him with a second cannon. We miss. Of course we do. Alright, cut him off. End turn. They create their torpedoes again. Just go straight. Don't even try to zoom in. We need to totally see what direction they're trying to go. Hit him with the blast. Just shoot him straight up. There we go. Cool. Alright, that was doable. Alright, we hit level 2. That's good. Yeah, space battle. Also, welcome back. How was dinner? We got our ass absolutely handed to us on our first attempt, though. Like, we just got stomped. Terribly. Terribly stomped. Ooh, we got something to investigate. Lord Captain, we've received a transmission from Foulstone. It was sent by members of the Order of the Hammer, votaries of Saint Cognatus, whose monastery is the only settlement on the planet. Wow. Sounds like it was delicious. Or rather, it used to be. Some time ago, a transport vessel, the Navica, unloaded several thousand refugees from a planet belonging to rogue trader Winterscale. The Order of the Hammer has judged this invasion to be an act of aggression and is asking for your lordship's protection. We will not abandon people of faith in distress. Prepare a landing party in my shuttle. I'm taking the monastery under my protection. These people are victims, not invaders. Prepare my shuttle. I will head to the planet and resolve this conflict. Burger King? Burger King's tasty. Alright, new poll. Foulstone. Side with the monks. Side with the refugees. This is definitely not topical. Right? No political relevance here to, oh no, there's a culture that's minding its own business and a bunch of refugees showed up and the refugees want help, but the culture wants to not have refugees taking all their supplies. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to do something about this. Decisions. It is. This is actually an important decision, by the way. This isn't being done randomly. So the consequence to this will actually matter. Coin flip time. It is genuinely important. Basically, Foulstone, if we take over, will become one of our colonies, so we'll get a lot of decisions about how we want to, like, build it up and stuff. So, our first option here does indicate a lot. It's important. Coin flip time, yeah. Fuck it, yeah. We ball, yeah. It's like, I mean, there's definitely merits to both. Caring about the refugees or prioritizing the people who are already here. But, I don't know. Where's the ignore option? Third one. This is of no interest to me. Ignore the transmission. That's the third option. Right there. Side with the monks. Oh, and the voting. That's not an option specifically because I want Foulstone. Specifically for that reason. I will not abandon the people of faith in distress. Prepare a boarding party in my shuttle. I'm taking the monastery under my protection, as it pleases your lordship. Because turning down a colony is kind of a big deal. 11 days after the feast of the passing of Nicomedes Keefe, the champion of faith. Disquietude married the calm and monastery of the Order of the Hammer. Countless tortured souls, steeped in fear, arrived on Foulstone in a starbark. A great apostasy had befallen their home and turned them into abject wanderers seeking help and refuge. Their wicked and cruel captain, the owner of the Navica, had betrayed them. Once the unknowing souls in his care had made landfall on the world's surface, he most deviously recalled his shuttles and left, thus ridding himself of his duty to care for the unfortunate lot. Not knowing how they would survive in Foulstone's grim wasteland, the Forsaken people came to the monastery of St. Cognatius. And there they surrounded its walls. They hammered their fists on the gate and implored and wailed, "Take us in, protect us." And what was once a place of serenity and grace was now full of din, disorder, and all manner of things despicable. Do any of these options matter? I believe so. The interlopers brought with them worldly futility and strife, and mayhaps also the seeds of alluring blasphemies, if fiendly heathens lurked in their midst. After prayer, the prelate Hectarius turns his eye to the past in search of the instruction. Prelate Hectarius recalled the first missionaries to set foot on Foulstone's vast wasteland, led by their zeal for serving St. Cognatius. And those missionaries had received the blessing of Nicomedes Keefe, the champion of faith who had traveled with them in their starbark, to found in this place a humble and pure abode wherein to cultivate wisdom and piety. And St. Cognatius, a man of great endeavors, a warrior and a wise artificer, never cowered behind the walls of a librarian, but stepped bravely into the darkness, carrying light in the palm of his hand, and he commanded others to do the same. And not only Foulstone, but many other worlds of the Crotus expanse bear its imprint. And Prelate Hectarchus did welcome the interlopers warmly as his guests, but he did warn his brethren to keep their vigilance. The brethren and sisters of the Order of the Hammer came forth to meet the strangers, carrying water and protein victuals and medicinal herbs and jugs of promethium. But the crowd came to blows over viands, and blood was spilt, and many were trampled or mauled in the stampede, and some of them dwellers of the monastery. Then the warriors of the Order of the Hammer donned their flak cowls, inscribed words of praise into the God Emperor on their tactical visors, and went forth, ready to render service in battle. With las guns and bolters they pierced the interlopers. With their chain swords and power flails they struck them, and a great and bloody harvest was reaped that day. But the interlopers too, scant though their armament was, and scanter their skill in battle, slew many among the monastery's dwellers, for great were their numbers and greater their desperation. The monks fled beyond their walls and rang the vox alarum, and shut the gate, and commanded the armed guards to keep watch over that gate, slaying any who approached. Yeah, nothing bad ever happens to characters with names in Warhammer 40k. Like Magnus the Red, nothing bad ever happened to him. A quarrel broke out. The hungry and sick lay siege to the monastery, begging for help. In their spite, they blocked the water collector and unpowered the genitorium. The faithful, in the meantime, made ready to resist, and a miracle came to pass. The God Emperor... Nothing bad happens to the Kennedys. Their chat's so funny. The Blessed Rogue Trader... Oh. And a miracle came to pass. The God Emperor sent his champion, his confidant, his right hand, the Rogue Trader of the Blessed House von Valancius. May the light of his grace remain upon it forever. The Blessed Rogue Trader. Okay, we have options here. We have a lot of options. Okay. Summoned Prelate Hectarius and leaders of the interlopers to hold each other accountable for their deeds. Dogmatic. commanded his formidable boarding force to fall upon the interlopers and slay as many as could be slain. Iconoclast extended a veil of protection over the interlopers, taking them into his care, and thereby all Fellstone with them. You'll gain 1 people. Heretical, oh god. Unleashed his armed force upon the interlopers and monks alike, wreaking great shedding of blood and pillage for his election. What do we get for this? 15 profit factor, holy shit. The Hammer of Epiphany. Giant ass hammer. The Infernical, a 2-handed light flamer, which does insane damage. Epiphany, a 1-handed light power sword. If the wielder kills an enemy with charge, this ability has no cooldown. Oh god, that's amazing. Accuser of Sin. The charge ability deals additional damage equal to willpower bonus against demons and Zetos. Holy shit, this is so strong for slaughtering everyone. Yeah, Richie is really funny, and you're gonna find yourself quoting him endlessly. Alright. So we already voted to side with the monks, right? We could fuck off, but that's just not doing the content. That's not really a viable option, I don't think. So, since we already decided to side with the monks, we effectively have 2 options. Do we massacre the refugees, or do we negotiate a peace treaty? So, new poll. Resolution. Peace. Massacre. There we go. Because personally, I'm not really sure. I can kind of go both ways. Peace treaty feels like one of those options that's obviously the best one, but will somehow end poorly. I mean, I would like to point out, right? The situation as is, right? The refugees did not want to be here. They ended up here against their will. They're victims, truly. However, when the monks came out and offered them food, medicine, and fuel, the fucking refugees started panicking and freaking out and ended up killing not only each other, but also a bunch of the monks who came to give them free resources. And then, when the monks then, tried to defend themselves, the refugees armed and started attacking them for more resources. And then the monks escalated and started massacring the refugees in self-defense. And the refugees started massacring in turn back. What are you playing as anyway, Dogmatic? It's mostly been up to chat, honestly. And chat has mostly gone for Iconoclast. But sometimes we go for Dogmatic or Heretic. But mostly chat has voted Iconoclast. Okay, genocide? Well, yeah, oh geez, 7 votes for Massacre. Yeah, that's... Alright. Here we go. I'm just gonna wait for the poll to finish, just in case there's a last second swap. And, yep, Massacre, 10 votes. Alright. Commanded his formidable boarding force to fall upon the interlopers and slay as many as could be slain. And there was a great battle, and the accursed miscreants lost their lives in great numbers, and the rest fled swiftly to the wastelands, there to hide in fear. And Prelate Hectarus sent a vox transmission to the rogue trader beseeching, "Destroy us not, but extend a hand of protection over us, for these wicked people return to exact their vengeance." What the fuck are these dialogue options? What are these dialogue options? The most exalt rogue trader. gazed over Foulstone's expanse and quoth, "Now it's mine." Or, the most exalted rogue trader quoth, his gaze darkened, "This world could be mine, but 'tis not to be. Fare ye well, for I depart." What the fuck? Alright, gazed over Foulstone. Yeah, now it's mine. He's mine now. He's mine. And the faithful rejoiced, for henceforth they would have an unwavering and mighty guardian, and they proclaimed it for all to hear. Singing hymns of glory, they unsealed the airlocks and opened the abode's gates, for a gate endeavor to the glorious name of the rogue trader awaited them. Foulstone was to be led to prosperity and faith and triumph. After a prayer, the architect set to work, in accordance to the saint's teachings, and the parameters set forth to the standard template construct. They erected spacious living quarters and sturdy fort walls for the planetary militia, and a spacious auditorium wherein to trade and store goods, and a proud censorum within those walls, clerks and server bondsmen who would maintain order and keep statistical records. Wow. We have our first. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we have options now. I'm gonna wait for the ads to finish before we explore this further. So let's just back out of Foulstone for now and do a little bit more exploring. Then we'll come back to Foulstone. Wait, first can I upgrade you up? No, I can't. Fuck. Alright. Yeah, let's just... I just try to think... Wait, no. I do have something I can do while we wait for the ads to end. We do have something we can do. Let's just grab our loot real quick. Let us grab some loot from Janus. I want to order some shipping. Yes. Okay, we can't order from you yet. Ryza, nothing from you. Vadim, nothing from you. Opticon, nothing from you. Economist, we could get a heavy bolter. I kind of want the Navy's affection, though. What can we give you? Short, site, sending order. Trophies, yeah, let's just give you trophies. And since you really seem to care about it, let's give you some ship fuel. Get to level 2. And that should get us some nice mats to fuck with our ship. Alright. Ads ended. Now we can go back to Foulstone. Ads over. Back to Foulstone. Let's go. Alright, so we have another poll near immediately again. Projects. Okay, so we have 3 options. Dominion of the Hammer. The privilege of becoming Foulstone's patron is a tempting prospect for many. However, with the rogue trader's assistance, the Order of the Hammer will retain ultimate authority over the world. And if we do that, we get a bunch of reputation with the Drusians, a bunch of security, and the Hammer of Epiphany, which is just a really good hammer. Conversely, our second option, the High Throne. The Ecclesiarchy lacks a capital in the Cronus Expanse from which to guide the faithful. If Foulstone ascends to the status of a cardinal world, the Deptus Ministorum will ensure the prosperity of their new planetary stronghold. Heretics will tremble when they hear of the alliance between House von Valancius and the Ecclesiarchy. Lord Captain's Void ship gains the Emperor's Retribution feature, 5% an increased 5% chance to crit against Chaos enemies. We get 5 Holy Gifts and some efficiency. Very nice. Or third, Celestial Protector. No one in the entire Coronis Expanse will make a worthier guardian of Sanctuary of Faith than the head of a House of von Valancius. A marvelous basilica will be enacted in his honor of the world's capital city. It will be decorated with a grand twin statue of the Emperor and the rogue trader. Thousands of partitioners and priests will say his name in their daily prayers and bring him reverent gifts. Valentine gains the Benevolent Protection feature. All allies increase their wounds by lower Imperium divided by 15. We gain 2 Profit Factor and 2 Complacency. So these are our 3 options. We let the monks stay in charge. We turn the place into a capital for the dogmatic. Or we take over. Alright. Battlestone leadership. Monks in control. Church in control. Renema in control. These are our options. All options are good, I think. Like, unironically this time. Well, actually, I say that. I think one of these options does have... What are the benefits for lacking the mind control? Well, we get this hammer, the Hammer of Epiphany, which is really nice. Does good damage, high armor pen, and it does double damage when it pushes things. We get rep with the Drusians, and the Drusians are followers of the great of Saint Drusus. They're basically what's the word? They're basically missionaries. And then we get bonus security, which makes the colony more capable of taking care of itself. But basically, we get rep, a hammer, and some security. That's the immediate benefit, but there's also, like, there's more long-term effects, too. Because keep in mind, this colony thing, this isn't, like, a one-off thing. We're going to keep building up the colony throughout the entire campaign. So over time, the decisions we make here in the early game will progressively escalate. You want to see the monks continue? Well, let's hope that's what we get voted for, then. Like, whatchamacallit? I've never beaten the game, so I can't really say what the super long-term effects are. But I have gotten decently far in, and a lot of the early game decisions can come back to either bite you in the ass in unexpected ways or provide surprising benefits. Usually goes for Celestial Protection for fluff reasons, because later down you can turn this into a shrine world, and the Celestial Protector texts say that they can erect a gigantic statue from the Trader and the Emperor. Yeah, it says that in Heights Throne, I think. No, it says that in Celestial Protector. It says it right here. It will be decorated with a grand twin statue of the Emperor and the Rogue Trader. Stated. Monks in control? Okay. Dominion of the Hammer it is. Monks will retain their authority. Now that's going to take some time to work, and then, as you can see, we have some more ranks unlocked. Things we can do, like all these little different projects we can take. And then we have our tier 3s will let us further develop, like starting crusades and building shrines. Real cool shit, honestly. Alright, let's look at what we grabbed here. Thermite plating. Yep, that's just a straight upgrade. Add that to cargo. We don't need that. 80% for each sector. That we don't really want. This is just the exact same weapon we already have. Wait, no, this is short burning. Why does short burning matter? And then this is just also straight upgrade. Add to cargo. Ship with the big schnauzer, yeah. And let's upgrade our hull, because we fucking need the health. Let's just be honest. Alright, let's go see what this random unknown ship is. Judging by the size of the ships, I imagine this is going to kick our ass, but let's just check it out just to be sure. You know, maybe it'll be manageable. Maybe it'll be a manageable ship fight. Only one way to find out.
Enemy contact.
Okay, we got an iconic
Make
class.
ready to unleash our
That's
fury.
reasonable. We can handle that. Okay, we got two. Two ships is a little much, but we can handle that, I think. We are a higher class than them, after all. Okay. They're already getting a bunch of hits off on us before we had a chance to go. Okay, 3 small ships. Dude, I fucking love Sunless Sea. I love Sunless Sea. What are you talking about? Were you not here for the Sunless Sea streams? Can't believe you didn't see all of our streams we did on Sunless Sea. Well, yeah, you know why you only started watching me recently? Because I only started streaming recently. I am absolutely fucking with you. I have never streamed that game. Alright. Like, look at it this way, right? I became a pre-debut VTuber in April of this year.
We have lost the shield. Let us not lose
So,
our zeal.
I have not been at this long. I am still very new. And Abiotic Factor is my first playthrough as a streamer. So, you know, I'm still very new. Very, very, very new. Fresh meat indeed. Yeah, point is, I do like Sunless Sea and its sequel. I don't know if I'd stream it or not. I do own both games. And I do like both games, without a doubt. Oh god. Our shields are getting fucked. Ow! They fucking rammed us. Is that? Oh, damn it. Okay, we are taking so much damage. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, most of my audience really just seems interested in, like, Abiotic and Vodov. Which I'm not complaining about, because I also like Abiotic and Vodov, but I want to try... I am supposed to be a variety content creator, right? So I do want to try to appeal not to a specific singular genre, but survival games and CRPGs are, like, some of my biggest interests, so I think it's probably going to be a given that that's probably going to be most of what I stream. Okay, is that death? Nope, nope, we're good. We're good. Alright. We're going to have to be very careful, but I think we might be able to clutch this out. Okay, not if they get 2 turns in a row, though. Okay, well, they missed. They missed. Okay. We got this. Alright. Torpedoes straight ahead now. First, let's take one step forward. Start shooting. And Mew over. Oh, there we go. Let's just cut as hard as we can. Nope. Oh. Oh god. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to avoid that angle. They missed. Jeez, they're missing like crazy. Alright. Cut in as hard as we can. We are barely surviving by the skin of our teeth. We need to just pressure them as much as we can with our torpedoes. Stop getting extra turns, please. Oh god. You're so maneuverable. Kind of absurd, frankly. Play Furry Shades game. I mean, do you actually want to see me play that, or are you just beaming? No? I don't want to. Well, I mean, Wow, we actually survived that. Holy shit.
A worthy deed.
Right. Ready to fall asleep? Oh, yeah. What did you have for dinner? Also, hey, Gala, how's your day going? Alright, let's heal really quick. And we are completely out of scrap. But we can level up now. Cool. Alright, let's grab Warp Wave, because that is such a strong move. Chosen, yeah. Extra Void Shield reinforcement is really nice. New heading, though. New heading is amazing. Alright, let's grab our level ups. Oven roasted potato and burgers. Oh, that sounds delicious. Absolutely fantastic meal. Alright. Wait, did we finalize... Wait. I need to check. I need to check to make sure that we actually finalized putting the monks in control. I don't actually remember if we did or not. Or if I just, like, selected it but didn't actually do anything with it. I need to double check. Augmentation? Why do I getting a ping? That's weird. Let's double check in Foulstone real quick. Yep, we actually... No, okay, it's being built. Okay, we did select it. We did select it. Alright, let's go back to exploring space. Let's see. We can go down to Omicron. Outside of destroying Super Best Friend's blade, nothing bad has ever happened in Omicron. Lord Captain, we have an emergency. We have received word that there's been sighting in the lower decks. A sighting of Lady Theodora. The messages we have received are incomplete and vague, little more than yelling and hysterical claims. There are reports of casualties and unrest. The compartments in question have already been sealed off. But I thought you might want to look at what's going on for yourself. The situation is delicate and what's especially disturbing. There are mentions of Adira Tass being present on the scene. I'll deal with it personally, so I need the exact location. Right away, Lord Captain. Alright, let's go check this out.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge.
The instrument terminal, an important part of the compartment's internal infrastructure, appears to be in working order. Good.
No sleep, no rest, only duty.
These rumors about Lord Captain Theodora.
Surely...
Oh, hello. And now who deigns to grace us with their presence? Another gaggle of heretics and traitors thirsting to get their due for what they've done? Or is it the leader themselves who has finally grown tired of hiding behind others? Theodora von Valansis is before you, and she looks grotesque. A hole yawns wide in her chest, rusted hooks protrude from beneath her skin, and a lump and inflamed scar cuts across her throat. The figure flickers as though it is dropping in and out of this reality. She looks at you with the whitish eyes of a corpse and smiles venomously. Rogue traitor, we meet at last. I had grown tired of waiting for you to pay me a visit. Theodora's look is appraising, and her mocking tone turns to one of distaste. Indeed, centuries of selfless toil and effort, and everything I left behind has gone to this non-entity. You do Theodora? You do the crazy fucking gilf? Argenta's eyes spark with fury. War pollutions, be gone! Argenta, my dear, there's no need to make such a fuss. Why don't we sit down over a cup of recap like we used to? I'll listen to your rapturous tales of sacred relics, portents, and your special path. You must have been so lonely without me here. No one else is willing to listen to your ravings or help you with your childish treasure hunts. Theodora laughs melodiously, almost without mockery. At the sight of the terrifying Theodora, Abelard's face quickly turned sickly pale. Throne spare us from this cursed apparition of the archenemy. Is that what you're truly praying for? I can hear how fast your heart is pounding, Versarian. I think deep down you hope this apparition never ends. You are not Dolmen Theodora. Cabella's eyes blaze with fury. The Undying One does not relinquish the souls that come to him. Such is the absolute truth. You are a thief of names. Foolish child. Your world is limited to the darkness of the lower decks, not the world of your vizier. In the words of your vizier, you know nothing of truth or death. You do not even know the first thing about yourself. Theodora's voice is dripping with venomous condescension. Attack dice gun. Fuck you. Gun. The strike passes through Theodora, who simply laughs scornfully. Is that how you greet your great predecessor, boy? Bonds stronger than the laws of life and nature are holding me in this world. You'll find it somewhat harder to get rid of me a second time. What are you? Theodora's lips curl in a malevolent smile. What, you ask? You dare say that to me, little boy? I am Theodora von Valantius, Massimo Atscaris, rogue trader of the Imperium and commander of this void ship. Alas, my glorious voyage through life was ended in the dullest possible way, by death. A nuisance I staved off as long as I could, but do not weep for me, my boy. I'm still keeping an eye on my property and punishing all those who failed me. Theodora bares her rotten teeth with a snarl, her laughter piercing. You're not Theodora. Theodora's dead. There's no coming back from that. I'm dead? How is that? I'm no different from those who have not yet crossed the divide between reality and eternity. I see, I speak, I remember the wrongs you all committed against me, and for those who failed me, I have already begun exacting my retribution. I truly am Theodora, the remnants of herself that she left behind. In this world, I am an echo of her memory, preserved in the minds of those who cared for her. I am the taste of tears spilt for the unsaid and the undone. I am the terror of she who failed to turn the tide of fate and who refuses to look truth in the face. I am as real as the human passions that bring worlds to ruin. Does he know? If you're really Theodora, then tell me. Who really killed you? Oh, wouldn't you like to know the answer to that question? I don't even know which would be more satisfying, to give you an honest answer or leave you to languish in your ignorance. We'll see how you conduct yourself, little boy. What do you want with me? Why were you waiting for me? Theodora wearily rolls her eyes. Matters are so dire that the pleas of one of my servants breached death's walls to reach my ears. How could I ignore such a desperate cry for help, and from my little Adira, no less? And once I appeared here, of course I had to meet the pretender who has allowed this deplorable state of affairs. I'll send you to exactly the abyss you crawled out of. You, of all the people to ever threaten me, you are the most pathetic boy. All that you possess now is given to you in error. You're unworthy of such a generous gift, and you're incapable of holding on to it. I'm here to seek retribution against all who failed me. My brainless crew, my useless officers, my pathetic servants, who turned their backs on their mistress in her darkest hour, and worst of all, you, my dear heir. You, who have undeservedly claimed the warrant and everything else that is mine. I will drag it all to the warp with me, including you. Well then. Yeah, there's absolutely no way to get over dying, especially in Warhammer 40k. If you're dead, you're dead forever, right? The cognitator by the door is no different from the others at the bay. But when you glance at the screen, a strange feeling of wrongness watches over you. The people's remains have been hideously mutilated. The flesh seems to have melted at the edges and is thickly coated in stinking mucus.
Over there!
Another step, another thread.
The wall lining is dented, as though someone tried to break their way out. Labored, stuttered growls and periodic rattling comes from beneath the casing. Oh no, the machine is alive and it's angry. Alright, let's head over and check out what's going on. We got a bunch of workers. Hello, workers. Hurry, hurry, before the Lord Captain gets angry. Where is she? I clearly remember her being around here somewhere.
Let's proceed.
Oh, there's Adira. Hello, Adira. Ah, there you are, my little coward. Won't you look at your Captain Adira? Your Captain Adira. There we go. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Look at her, boy. My little Adira is utterly trapped in her visions. No matter. I will allay your debts. Walls oozing blood. Yeah, don't worry about it. It is always a good sign. I remember the last time we found that. There was a fucking ship where the tech priests were fusing themselves to the machinery. And the entire thing was being taken over by Khorne. Lord Captain, Adira turns her head to you, but her demented gaze only rests briefly on your face before sliding away. Up close, you can see that at the base of one of Adira's temple implants is blackened and melted. No, wait, Lord Captain. Lady von Valancius. Adira raises her eyes to Theodora, who stands before her. Tears stream down Adira's cheeks. You came back. Theodora clicks her tongue in sympathy, reaching out to tenderly stroke Adira's hair. Poor little Adira. There, how could I not come? You are crying for me so desperately, your pleas carried to the very depths of the warp itself. The smile suddenly drops from her mutilated face. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you warn me? Answer me, you insignificant wretch. Or I'll drag the answer out of you myself. Theodora's fingers dig into Adira's scalp, meeting no resistance. Adira lets out a soul-chilling howl and tries to grab the hand tearing into her, but her fingers pass through the monster's flesh. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything that could have had anything to do with you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I failed. Adira breaks into a strangled scream, and you feel the air around you going rapidly colder. Argenta wordlessly swings her weapon up and aims it at Adira, who's struggling in the monster's hold. The Sister of Battle looks at her without an ounce of doubt or mercy. Dogmatic. Let Argenta act. Iconoclast, Argenta, stop. Alright, chat. Do we kill Adira? Do we kill Adira? Do we kill the mage? Kill the psyker? We got to pull up. We can either shoot a psyker or we can not shoot a psyker. Keep it the hand over the Inquisition. True. I actually really like this dialogue choice because the game really. Well, you'll see when we get there, or maybe we won't. It kind of depends on what's chosen here. I'm curious to see what we end up going for, but we can, we can kill our psyker. Or we can not kill our psyker. If we kill the psyker, then we lose out on having a psyker. But if we don't kill the psyker, then we get her optional companion questline content later down the game. Which, is extra content, extra loot. But alternatively, if we kill her, we don't have to deal with her bullshit ever again. So, it's kind of goes either way. No pew-pew. Alright. It looks like we're not shooting her. That's the one get killed every way. What's another one? True. Alright. The vote is in, and the vote is no bang bang, no pew-pew. You can't recruit an unsanctioned... Yeah, but being an unsanctioned psyker mostly just makes her liable to explode into demons. So, Alright, Argenta, stop. We're not shooting a deer. So after clicking, right? After clicking the Don't Kill Adira button, right? The game then goes, okay, but what if we present you with a Kill Adira button? What if we just give you a button that says Kill Adira? And what if we give you a second button that says, Adira, snap out of it, or I'll kill you myself? What if we give you a second option to kill Adira? Immediately. Like the first thing that happens after we click, don't kill Adira, is the game going, but what if kill Adira again, though? Isn't that where you make her an overseer with the cyber raven so that you can basically offload all of the fucking side effects of her stupid bullshit to turn enemies into demons? Argenta wrinkles her nose at your shouted command and lowers the weapon by a few centimeters, but she's not put it away. Adira, I am your captain, not her. Listen to me and snap out of it. Persuasion test succeeded. Adira shuddles and goes limp, then she blinks, disoriented, and looks at you. Lord Captain. Damn it. Theodoro shoves the psyker away with a low snarl. The rogue trader's body begins to change, losing its human shape. Chaos will devour you. I will devour everyone responsible for my death. Die. Die for the deletion of my lord. Oh no, it was actually a demon all along. Oh, how surprising. Oh no. And Adira is also uselessly just kind of here, I guess. Alright. Cabela, I need you to go and kill the demon. Abelard, I need you to hold off all of this bullshit back here. And Heinrichs, I need you to take the boss. Actually, no, you take the 2 workers. How about that? And Eogun, you help Abelard. And Argenta, you just... Well, let's just be honest, you can solo pretty much everything. Just take cover here. Wait, what? Alright. Blood pool?
A dance of blades and
Argenta has a scar here. Does she not? What's from Argenta? Like on her character model? Oh, jeez. Of course you are. Alright, blade dance over. There we go.
As
More blade
honorable
dancing.
days. My blade whispers your name.
Alright, now we want to... Where is it? Yeah, aim for the opening. Give a mark.
The
Burning
shadows will
blood.
see it done. As the
Attack the
tenets
Orpheus.
demand, I shall not fail.
Attack the Lord Beast again. Alright, it's about half dead. First turn of combat, so that's pretty good, all things considered. And now it's cartwheeling away. Now it's cartwheeling back. And shooting fireballs. Sure, why not? Wicked Bond. What the fuck does that do? No, don't keep moving. What the fuck is Wicked Bond? Reduces damage suffered by the pink horror while other demons are alive. Okay. Adira, do something useful. Okay, you just hit it for 0 damage. Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. There's a reason I don't put you on my party, Adira. There's a reason. I know Adira's strong. I know she's, like, really overpowered if you give her a lot of attention, but... There's no follow-up. I just don't like her. Alright, Heinrichs.
Let's see to it.
Buff up.
Not sanctioned to do
Okay,
this.
fine. Do it this way, then.
But of course.
Holy terror!
Soulmite the Demon.
Throne, protect us.
And then we're going to swap to our hunting rifle. There we go.
I can't stand it.
Are you all right?
Look out.
One fewer target.
Good job.
Emperor, protect me.
Who gave these random fucking engineers hand grenades? Who did that? Why is that part of, like, random office workers, not even office workers, but, like, why is that part of their arsenal? Why is that even a thing that they have access to?
Rejoice in battle.
Who was like, oh yeah, the random people working on engines, they need stun grenades. Like, what?
Faith without deed.
Why do you have that?
As the Emperor commands,
Homemade pipe bombs?
I act.
I mean, I
Doubt is
guess.
for the weak.
I guess that is actually a reasonable
I'll do
way
it.
to explain it. Just handmade explosives. Good job, Adira. Or, good job, Argenta. Alright, Heinrichs, you get another turn.
For the throne's glory.
Buff your shit again.
This defies reason.
And buff Kibella.
Beware foul sorcery.
And heal Adira. Whoops.
Defies reason.
Alright, kill the worker. Kill it. Okay, close enough. Hit with your shit. There you go.
For now.
took care
One of these days, people are going to learn to stop attacking Abelard. But until that day, Abelard's just going to fucking hard carry. True. Alright, Eogan, I want you to try out your new weapon. Let's see how good it is.
Spatial relocation.
Okay, that's pretty useful.
A valid argument.
Okay, that arc gun is still insane. And all the enemies down here have been taken care of, so Abelard can go charge.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
He did. Fucking lasers. Alright, Abelard, shotgun.
Indeed.
Good job. Abelard, follow-up shotgun with ball
your
kick
beck and call.
and eye laser. Abelard, follow-up ball kick into eye
I
laser
will
with
do
sword
my duty.
into eye laser. Good job. Abelard, just attack him like 20 times in one turn for no reason.
Death comes
Just keep
in
attacking him.
silence.
Don't stop. I know this is a turn-based. I know this is a turn-based scheme, but just like attack him 20 times in a row without stopping. Thank
Trust
you.
me.
Alright. Alright, Cabela, bleed
As
on the
honor
floor.
ordains.
There you go. Good girl. Alright, now dance. Okay, this is not working. Can you...
The
here.
shadows will see it done.
Okay. Please stop cartwheeling around like a lunatic. Okay, Dara, please do something useful this time. Okay.
Only death.
Okay, you killed one of the enemies. Okay. Come on, you can do it. Okay, you're analyzing. Okay, you did nothing. Okay, great. Cool. Alright, Cabela. I'm buffing you up here. I need you to kill this motherfucker. Can you do that for me? Actually, before that, yeah, I'm gonna give you a giant damage boost. So please kill this motherfucker. Can you do that? Can you kill a motherfucker for me?
As the tenants demand.
Bleed?
As honor ordains.
Yourself, I mean, not the enemy.
Trust me.
And go for it. There you go.
Brings me no pleasure.
Oh, right. It's Pink Terror,
As
of course it
honor
does this shit.
ordains.
Alright.
Trust me.
Cover more of the area in blood. We need more blood. Good job, Cabela.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Alright, Argenta. Cast Bullet. Actually, wait, no. Mark them as prey.
Bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Tell them that you want to hunt them, and now shoot them. Okay, shoot them preferably without missing.
Faith without deed.
Okay, there you go. Good job. Yeah, Argenta cast gun. Alright, Heinrichs, do your thing again.
Blasphemous powers.
I won't object to it.
Let's see. Hero Ladira. Okay. That didn't work.
Let's see to it.
Blow up this blue bar.
Tattered threads of the veil.
There you go. Ow.
I won't go down easy.
Alright, Eogun. I need you to hit him with the low tier god again.
Just
A perilous
don't miss it, okay?
excursion.
I mean, they have a 14% chance to hit, but don't miss. Okay, you missed. Just hit
Your
Cruella.
demise is an incontrovertible fact.
Just give her, like, all
As
of
honor
the turns.
ordains. As
Alright,
the
mark 'em.
tenets demand. As honor
Hit him.
ordains.
There you go. Kill the monsters, talk to a dragon. God, there is so much blood here. Look at how much blood Camilla made. Idira stares at you with crazed eyes while clutching the wounds on her head. At first, no sound comes out of her moving lips. Then she coughs weakly and whispers, "Lord Captain, is it really you?" It doesn't look that bad. Argenta trains her weapon on Idira and watches you closely. Okay, so obviously, right? If you decide you don't want to kill Idira, the game then goes, okay, but are you sure you don't want to kill Idira? Then we do the fight, and then the immediate option right afterwards is Sister Argenta, kill Idira, or I'm going to kill Idira. Just... This game is telling me something. This game is telling me that I need to kill Idira. The abomination claims that you called her. Is this true? Me? Did I? Yes, Lord Captain. I think it was me who called her. I can barely remember. The voices, my old good whispers, they suddenly turned red, sharp. They started cutting, tearing apart, ripping me to pieces. I cried out. I called for help, and she came. Idira groans and clutches her head. Damn it, why are the voices making so much noise now? Shut up, shut up. Okay, so we still have the option to kill her. True, that is true, Lantern. That's true. Is the previous Rogue Trader has been seen on ship recently. Was this your doing? Yes, Valentine, I did it a couple times when I had too much to think. At the time I thought I heard her voice among all the whispers in my head. The voice was so sad, so clear, I couldn't help myself. I answered. I hoped I could reach her there. Idira bites her lips. Ever since she died, ever since I first heard her voice in my head, the whispers have gotten louder, clearer, harder to resist. Dogmatic, kill Idira. Like, literally every step along the way in this conversation, the game is just being like, okay, but like, do you want to kill Idira, though? Maybe you should kill Idira. Maybe killing Idira, like, now? No? No? Okay, how about now? You hear the warp whispering in your head, you answered. Are you insane? You don't know what it's like. The most important person of your life, who's now gone forever, suddenly starts talking to you inside your head. How could I not try to reach her? I had to. I hated Idira so much. She falls silent for a moment. When she next begins to speak, it is barely an audible whisper. I know what you're thinking. During the warp jump, when Lady Theodora came out towards us, I kept thinking about that meeting. I kept blaming myself. Why didn't I divine it? Why didn't I stop her killer? These thoughts have been playing in the back of my mind, day after day, choking me with guilt, and you know what? The one on the officer's deck. I don't know what that was, but this time here, this was a product of my guilt, an accuser straight out of my own mind. So what am I supposed to do with you now? Idira turns sharply to face you. Valentine, I know after everything I've done, you have no faith in my willpower or my strength. But I can fix everything. It's just, I'm not at my best, you see, but maybe we can find a way to replace my implants or some other remedy, a better one. Lady von Valencia said such a thing could be found, if not here, then elsewhere. I just didn't need it before, but we just need to find it. We need to find out where I can look for it, and we'll get it, and then I'll keep myself on a tight leash. Yep, still have the... Sure. Okay, so we have more options here. We can still kill Idira, obviously, and we can still have Argenta kill Idira. We can also have her stop being a party member until we take care of her subquest. We can tell her that we'll keep her alive for as long as she remains useful. We can just agree to help her. Yeah, let's just help her. Since we already agreed to not kill her. Or, well, chat voted for it. Idira guffers her face with her hands and tries to hold back her sobs. Thank you, Valentine. I won't let you down. You're making a mistake, Lord Captain. Perhaps you'll find something
to slow the decline, but it will not stop it. Only a miracle can save Adira Tess now. Adira awkwardly shakes out her stained clothing. I think I'd better, with your permission, Lord Captain. She sways, takes steps back, and faints. Lord Captain. The Voxmaster's shaking voice comes over the comm bend. I received a report that the shooting on the lower deck had stopped. I presumed you'd brought the situation under control, awaiting further instructions. Alright, let's see. I got rid of the warp's illusions. Adira is alive. Bring her to the Trojans and have them see to her. Everyone on the deck is dead, including the attackers. What happened is entirely the fault of Adira Tess. Dispatch servitors here and put her out of an airlock. I'm sick of her antics. Because obviously, right? Obviously. We need another dialogue option that is kill Adira, obviously. Obviously. Just to make sure. Just to make sure. Because maybe you changed your mind between, like, 5 seconds ago and now about killing Adira. Just in case. Let's have the Trojans see her. You hear an unconcealed relief in the Voxmaster's voice. Of course, Lord Captain, as you command.
And be heard.
Yeah, of course. We wouldn't kill Adira. Obviously. Yeah, obviously.
The machine god was
Yeah,
benevolent to me.
Sheen right set. Guardian Crown. Wear gains +10 toughness. Ooh, that's actually really good. Warp Conductor Gloves. Psi rating... Wait, that's actually super strong. What the fuck? It stacks, too. That's actually really good. That's also really good. Holy shit. Amazing Psycho gear.
The sooner we start...
If only we had a Psycho in our party. Oh well. I mean, we have a Heinrich. What am I talking about? Heinrichs could use with some cool augments. The only issue is Heinrich doesn't really apply status effects, but, Ooh, grenades. Blinding grenades and force grenades. Alright, back to the bridge. I wonder what happens when you lobotomize a psyker. That sounds, I'll be honest, that sounds really fucking dangerous. That sounds ludicrously dangerous to do. Turn a psyker into a servitor. Yeah, see what happens. Yeah. I would give you an answer if I knew of one, but honestly all I can say is that I agree. That sounds really dangerous. Alright, let's grab the space dust. Very nice. And let's explore some planets real quick. Oh, we got something to explore. And the ruins of an ancient imperial city were discovered on a dead world, completely deprived of an ecosystem. According to the reports, the entire settlement is contained in a titanic glass dome that once held an artificial atmosphere. Your augurs detected the framework of 3 other similar structures that were never completed. For whatever reason, the dome systems failed, and left behind is the city. A ghost that never managed to become a proper colony in the Imperium. Explore the local palace. Items received. Ghost sword. Ooh. Aldari weapon. A lavish decorated assault of the lavishly decorated estate of the local ruler towers over rows and rows of featureless bunkhouses. Several explorers perished from the cleverly hidden trapwires in the courtyard. But after losing their companions, the team easily disarmed the remaining traps in the estate. Anything of value has been promptly delivered to the rogue trader's vessel. The Lord Captain was given an exquisite sword fed in a secret cache that once belonged to the Bastions and its owner. Gather as many supplies as possible. Alright, we got a lot of mats, so that's good. Your city flooded the city like a tidal wave, filled building after building, bunkhouse after bunkhouse, and receded from its quiet streets just as quickly. There are plenty of useful things among the findings, including foodstuffs and weapons. Explore the Temple District. Wow, okay. The Temple District is situated in the heart of the city. The Guard Emperor statue, intricately carved from precious crystal. It's suspended beneath the dome, supported by chains of gold, and can be seen from anywhere in the colony. Inspired by the majestic sight, the expedition members set off to explore the area with renewed vigor. Soon enough, they stumbled on an ancient weapon, lying on a pedestal wreathed in sunlight. The expedition brought it back to the ship and told many tales about how the Emperor himself, who had been watching them from above, had directed their attention to the sacred relic. Items received: Blessed Bolter Casing. Single attacks with bolter weapons automatically hit the target. Well. Okay. Yeah, automatic hits with all single fire bolter hits. I didn't almost say blessed bolter. I said blessed bolter. Bolter. Sorry, it's my accent. It's not a mispronunciation. It's just my accent. I'm sorry. It takes several trips to deliver the massive Promethium storage tanks to your vessel. The crew grimly points out that the colony was running out of fuel. Had the life support systems not failed prematurely, the locals still would have perished due to a lack of energy. No, Preston. Come on, no. Why you gotta bully me? I'm being bullied by my friends. I stream to meet people and make friends, and yet my friends are just bullying me. SMH. Everyone knows that it's, like, illegal to bully streamers. It is fun. I love bullying. But anyway, the point is, right, it's illegal to bully streamers. Everyone knows this. The magnetic storm raging above the planet blurs the gaze of augur arrays. Only truly powerful divider machines may see through the currents of magnetic fluctuations in their blessed vigil and discover the mysteries of this emperor-forsaken planet. The Earth Trader has decided to leave this unwelcoming world. Maybe he'll return here one day. Any reason not using custom-made RT portrait? Sorry. Oh, like Rogue Trader? I actually like the one I have. But also I don't like generative AI. Specifically for art. Let's see. Short range. Oh, that's a straight upgrade. Okay. Let's put on our starboard upgrade. There we go. Add cargo. Add cargo. Like the bear trucking. Yeah, sure. I've heard that take before. The Gen AI is only only good if it's for ship posting thing. It's a common take I see on Twitter a lot. Yeah. The warp jump went surprisingly smoothly. None of the deck officers on duty reported any incidents. However, a strange discovery awaited the Lord Captain when he returned to his quarters. The bed was unmade, and the impression of a head was still visible on the pillow. There were no other signs of intrusion. The guards were sworn to oath that nobody had entered Lord Captain's quarters. Oh, okay. Sure. Ooh. One second. Let's see. Colony management. Why? High Factorum. Janus Damrock. Your Lordship, there are alarming reports coming from Janus. A number of strange mutations have been spotted amongst the population in remote agri-complexes. Aside from the obvious disfigurement and subsequent estrangement, these mutants, called wretches by the rest of the colonists, are coming together to practice a primitive form of religion, involving ritual worship of the land. While they display no disobedience or hostility, their very existence is concerning. The Janus nobility humbly awaits your decision. Well, what do we know about these wretches? The mutants the mutations cause the loss of skin pigment and the shedding of hair. Some have started developing a translucent third eyelid similar to that of reptiles. Others have succumbed to progressive atrophy of the larynx, causing the loss of human speech. At the same time, their tendons have become denser and more elastic, providing increased endurance and load resistance. The wretches are commonly ostracized due to their grotesque appearances. There haven't been too many cases of mob justice yet, but they will become commonplace after the mutation's deformities become more obvious. The wretches tend to form groups with similarly afflicted people. Their average level of intellect is low. They all belong to the labor caste and communicate among themselves using a primitive vernacular of their own invention. As for their barbaric religion, they are deifying both the soil and Janus itself. To them, working in agri-complexes is a form of worship, which has had a positive impact on productivity. And what do my advisors have to say? Nearly it. I saw your agent's picked recordings. The signs these Monkey leave behind their idols, and I cannot deny a connection. Though a pathetic and extremely abstract one, to the symbols of my people. Their guttural prayers echo the sound of the children of Assyrian speech. The probability of them having come to such coming into such close contact with their civilization is non-existent, yet they are still somehow connected. Protect these people, resettle them to distant abodes in which they will not be harmed for their peculiarities, and keep watch. Someday the truth may be revealed. The blessed sanction of the Imperium does not grace these mutants, but nor does it declare their existence anathema. Should we sentence them without further study? There are mutants whose existence is fully sanctioned, such as ogrins, ratlings, pariahs, peligers, felons, or troughs. Our libraries had so many treatises on the janitor's craft, I could impart some of that knowledge to your servants, purely theoretical, of course. Okay, that poster, yeah. I mean, they're in Eldari. They kind of, by their nature, are always pretentious. They can't say, oh, I don't know. They can only say, you don't know. They won't say that they know. They won't lie, but they'll imply that you're the only one who doesn't know the truth. And they're just too good to tell you about it. This mutation has not been properly studied and is missing from the catalog. I'm not registering a basis for delaying the commencement of immediate genetic purification. I recommend launching a thorough investigation into the genetic makeup of this forbidden strain. Alright, so we have... Oh god, we have so many options. We have so many fucking options. Alright, let's go through these one by one. Resettle the wretches into separate agri-complexes where the crowds will not tear them apart. We will study them. This gives us Heart of the Nameless, which gives us Xenos lore, and if we're iconoclast, it gives us plus 10 to all skills. That's amazing. And plus 1 to security. I take these unfortunate souls under my protection. They are victims of mutation, not villains. Also Heart of the Nameless, also security, but we lose 1 complacency. Take the required number of these wretches for study, and let the others work. Cassia, please share your knowledge of the janitor's craft with my servants. We get Secrets of the Mutated Flesh, which gives Valentine plus 10 to Medicare. We gain an efficiency, and we lose 1 security. Let them atone for their flaw with labor, gain efficiency, lose security. Take the required number of the wretches to be studied by Adeptus Mechanicus, destroy the rest. We also get Secrets of Mutated Flesh, gain security, lose efficiency. I will suffer no mutant to live, hunt them down to the last man. Gain security, lose efficiency. Okay. Of these options, I think I like the second one here. I'm going to put them under my protections. Yeah, we're going with the second one, I think. Long live the Von Valancius dynasty. The mutants were put under surveillance. One of the Watchmen spotted a mysterious relic in the hands of a group of wretches that turned out to be an item of Xeno origin. It is unlikely the mutants understood the nature of the object they worshipped. Having to live in the proximity to the wretches disturbs the good honest serfs and leads to outbursts of aggression and violence. Uh-oh. Yeah, that is a bad one, I suppose. I did kind of fuck up there. Chronicles of the Protectorate. The rogue trader prohibited the people from taking action against the wretches, but their presence sows unrest and unease among the population. Okay. That fuck up was mine. I should have segregated them. I should have known, you know, segregation is really useful. I needed to segregate the wretches for their own protection. Alright, now looking at what we can do now, we need more mats, rep, and stats before we do anything else. Take another racism too. Racism one, yeah. The only thing we could do, if we want to do, is a cure for sloth. Since the grubby masses are so lazy, a wise lord will add substances to their daily communion that ensures obedience and diligence. Once purified and distilled, these truly miraculous plant-based chemicals will make a commoner forget their fatigue and their purposeless pastimes. And once their body is burnt out and withered, they will simply be replaced by a new worker. The medic bags... It's too good to pass on that? What medic bags? All allies gain +5 athletics and suffer 10% less toxic damage. That's actually really nice. I don't see medic bags anywhere. Pollen of the Unreal. Oh, the medic bags. Yeah. And it removes traumas. Yeah, we're definitely going for Capella Biologist when we can get for it, but we'll need Phlogiston and mechanisms for that. Oh, actually, wait, this is going to be a vote. This is going to have to be a vote. Because it's... Dark Sages and Capella Biologists are two contradicting ones. We'll have to choose one or the other when we get the mats for it. Anyway. Let's check out the system really quick. Scan. Oh. Xeno Artifacts. Xenotech 3. Yeah, let's get the 3. That's useful. And let's take a landing. To the Bottomless Pit. If I recall, there's benefits to the Bottomless Pit. If I recall, the Bottomless Pit is actually really useful. If I recall properly. I might not remember right. Let's see, what ability do I take? Linchpin. Target ally or the Master Tactician gains +1 resolve for every 5 stacks of tactical advantage the Master Tactician has. Till the beginning of the Master Tactician's next turn, all stacks of tactical... Finish the job. Free attack. Can only be used on enemies with unfinished business effect. This effect is applied to enemies which are attacked by the Master Tactician's allies, but not by the Master Tactician themselves, and have 50% less than 50% of their maximum wounds remaining. The Master Tactician immediately attacks his target with a single shot or strike. This attack does not count towards the attack limits for a turn limit, hitting half the weapon's maximum damage and an additional +3. Why an additional +3? What is that coming from? It's just ballistic skill character bonus. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Yeah, an additional free attack is just... Yo! Kuso! Goma! Dude, Noble is so fun. Being a Noble is the greatest because you just get these constant opportunities to just be like, I will not talk to you. It is below me to even be a part of this conversation, but like, my lessers my lessers will speak instead of me, and I'm just gonna stand here in like contemptible silence and like judge your existence because I'm so much better than you. And it's just like, it's just, you just get to be a snobby asshole, and it's funny. You're so much better than everyone. Oh, confident approach. Fuck yeah. Archmilitant gets confident approach effect until the end of combat, until ability is used again, or until using cautious approach. Instead of the usual bonus from versatility, the Archmilitant gets plus 3% dodge reduction and parry reduction and ignores 3% of enemy cover for every stack. All of the Archmilitant's attacks score critical hits, but the Archmilitant's critical damage on those attacks is reduced to half. The Archmilitant already has 4 more stacks of versatility. The Archmilitant's attacks always deal maximum damage, as long as the Archmilitant keeps his confident approach active. Cool. So, Abelard now gets 100% crit chance. Pretty much, yeah. You basically just get to be better than everyone at everything, and, you know, you get to just be like, ah, fuck you. 15% increased parry is honestly great. Alright. For Argenta, Pull the Bold. Bounty Hunter's next attack this turn will deal an additional effect. 6 damage, target's armor reduced against the Bounty Hunter until the end of combat. Target's armor is below 20%, dodge is reduced. Piercing shot. Over penetration and armor pen. And if they're prey, we can always get them critically hit. Ooh. I kind of like that idea with how much we tend to do rapid fire fucking shots. Yeah, I think we're gonna go for that. Alright. Gabella. Bunch of immunity? That's good to know. I'll look at it later. But for Abelard specifically, because of how his kit works, giving him access to constant crits is so good. You can take... What is awareness you can do? Notice traps. Take Medicare. Let's see. 1 round, the assassin becomes the lowest priority targets. Gains elusive effect. I don't really care. Assassin makes an enemy suffer negative 14% armor and negative 2 deflection until the end of the assassin's turn. There's only 1 enemy adjacent to them. The assassin also gains 14 dodge. There's no enemies adjacent to the assassin. They gain 6% dodge reduction. Assassin dashes in a straight line for up to 4 cells, suffering negative 5 damage from all attacks of opportunity and gaining 14% dodge against the enemies he dash through. Honestly, the amount of times Cabela slaughters everything, but is slightly out of range to continue massacring enemies, I'm taking Dance Macabre. She needs some mobility. Alright. Now for you. Hammer of the Emperor, Light of the Emperor. No. We don't need any of that shit. Warp Speed. Until the end of combat, the target ally increases their AP mobility by 6, agility by 11, and AP by 1. Yeah, that's OP. Take Carouse. Yeah. Archmilitant is kind of overpowered, I'll be honest. Like, kind of. Like, just a little bit. Like, a tiny bit overpowered. Alright. McCandrite. So we got a heal. For 1 round, Eogan creates an energy wall that occupies 7 cells in a straight line. Range attacks made by Eogan or his allies pass through this area, deal 9 shock damage, and have armor pen. Ooh. Defend the divine work. Eogan grants Blessing of the Omnicide to himself or an ally within 8 cells for 1 round, increasing their armor and damage dealt. Increased by intelligence. Charge distribution. Electric strikes himself into allies. Let's go with charge distribution. Yeah, cool. And then you can take tech use. We need tech use on you. Alright.
Follow the threads.
I'm impressed by your combat skills and conviction. Perhaps one day you'll consider serving him under a
that's fine.
different set of tenets.
I hear your words, and I see your intent. In truth, all you wish to change is the name of the one who commands me. But I am already the Domin's shadow.
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
Numerous ropes and cables abruptly end at the very edge of the pit, vanishing into the darkness. Isn't there supposed to be a... The barely noticeable words in the shaky handwriting read, "Touch the darkness and the darkness will accept you." Hey, sorry, I've just kind of been going on autopilot here. I should probably read this. Inside the containers are the remnants of stones and frescoes, depicting a black spot surrounded by structures of some sort.
Diverting motive force to anti-grav generators.
Yes. Oh, there's goods here. I thought I grabbed those. Oopsie daisy.
Nuncius, log this finding.
Rudimentary tools and devices are now covered in a layer of dirt and local flora. Carved pattern.
The burden of
The surface bears the
most
marks of
terrible
determined
punishment.
and protracted effort. Someone made dozens of scratches with chaotically intersect at different angles without any order or logic. Well, I'm sure everything that happened here is fine, considering there's no people around and people are talking about touching the darkness. Anyway, hey, look, the darkness. Yep, this is normal darkness, all right. Doesn't this look like normal darkness?
Fascinating stratagem.
Let's just save real quick. The darkness swirls beneath your feet, a void of impenetrable gloom. You do not hear a single sound from the depths of the pit, no wailing wind, no rustle of dust. Examine the pit. The bright daylight cannot pierce the darkness lying over the slopes. The longer you look into its depths, the stronger the feeling grows that this darkness isn't an absence of light. It is something immeasurably vast, endless, capable of reaching the farthest stars and swallowing a galaxy. Through sheer force of will, you avert your gaze. Hynix peers into the darkness and the depths of the pit. You feel the touch of an otherworldly chill. The interrogator arches an eyebrow. Whatever this, phenomenon may be, there's no warp sorcery within it. Touch the pit. Touch the darkness. At the edge of your consciousness, you sense something slimy and intangible, answering your invitation for contact. It seeps into your thoughts, tasting your emotions. Surprise and curiosity envelop you, but these feelings are not your own. Submit to the entity's will. Touch me harder. You are hit by a sudden wave of all-consuming silence. A moment later, the world around you disappears, leaving only black, viscous, boundless darkness. The absoluteness of it is overwhelming, and you slowly sink into the void that is sucking you in. What are you? You're looking at a tiny person peeking over the edge of a bottomless darkness. You're looking at yourself. And then you blink and see the same place, except the camp around you is full of life. Scholars are zipping back and forth between field structures, switching on unfamiliar machines in an attempt to know the unknown. A moment later, they're all nude, singing and dancing around the pit. The smell of heated bodies, blood and sweat assails your nostrils. Drowning out your thoughts, one by one, the lunatics fall into the embrace of nothingness. You make out toad-like Xenos building a temple around a pit. They are praying, conducting rites, making sacrifices to the darkness in hope of unimaginable gifts. Then darkness shrouds everything once more, or rather, you are the darkness. Something immeasurably vast, endless, capable of reaching the furthest stars or swallowing a galaxy. But some will pulls you out of the cozy embrace of the void, towards the light, and you snap out of the vision as sorrow fills you from within. What do you want from me? You find yourself on the floor of an abandoned estate. You feel someone's disgusting presence behind you. A raspy, foul breath tickles your nostrils. A drop of water trickles down from the stone ceiling and shatters the silence with a deafening splash. The heavy door before you is open. You could try to escape. It is now or never. Turn around and fight the creature. You turn around, intent on killing the thing with your bare hands, but then exclaim in hesitation. You recognize the disfigured monster that is staring at you balefully from the darkness. You let out a heavy sigh, and a cloud of hot, fetid vapor settles on the smooth surface of the mirror. You sit at the apex of a massive onyx pyramid. Your abilities are limitless. With a single thought, you can raise mountains, drain an ocean, or disperse the clouds. But nobody cares anymore. Soon your brothers and sisters will sacrifice you, so that they can share your power among themselves and guide the civilization to prosperity. Huh. Alright. I don't really know what happens for each of these options. I genuinely don't remember. So do we proceed with the ceremony for the sake of future generations, or kill your brothers and sisters and be the sole ruler? One of these has a slightly higher chance to succeed than the other, but both are pretty high. Yeah, let's... Solution? Sacrifice. Kill. I genuinely don't know what to pick here. So we're just gonna run a poll. You know the accuracy rule in Pokemon? Is it that anything that's not 100% chance is 0%? Yeah, true. I remember that one meme of XCOM 2 where one of the recruits has their rifle literally pressed against the head of a alien, and it's like, hit chance, 85%. And it's like, sir, the rifle is physically pressed against his skull. How is there a 15% chance to miss in this situation? Like, what the fuck? But yeah. I imagine whichever option we take is just gonna affect, like, which bonus we get. I'm assuming. But I genuinely don't remember. You can block that. To be fair, if I had a gun in my hand and the barrel was pressed against the Brock Sampson skull and he looked me in the eyes and told me he could dodge it, I would know he was bullshitting, but I would also know that if I pulled the trigger, no one would be able to tell. I wouldn't be around to tell him that he was wrong after. You know? It's just the way things go. Alright, solution is no one voted. No one voted. Alright, I guess we're going with fellowship. Sure. Alright. Solemnly, you're placed in a cold black slab. Sorry. You're placed in a cold black slab covering the glowing script. You close your eyes and pray as your brothers and sisters rip your 7 hearts out of your chest. 7 hearts? Yeah, I tend to do votes for story moments like this. By the end of the ceremony, they're gnawing on every last bone of your body, shedding tears of sorrow. You join your ancestors within the black monolith, and for many centuries thereafter, you watch from above as your civilization blossoms. You're lying on burning sand, struggling to open your eyes, but your eyelids feel too heavy. You can barely move your arms and legs. Your stomach hurts. Your throat is bone dry. Several of your kin, all emaciated, are scattered around you. The hunger is so strong that it's driving you mad, and you let out a bestial howl. Something metal clicks next to your right hand. A knife. This is it. You can survive. You must survive. All you need to decide is whom to sacrifice. The decrepit old man in tattered remains of a military uniform. The brawny woman with bloodied hands. A sinewy young man wearing a blindfold. A young girl in heavy chains. The madman endlessly cradling his own severed head. What the fuck? Darkness, what the fuck is this moral dilemma? Alright, since only one of these has a check, I'm going to assume this is the right one. Cut off a piece of yourself. You bite down on your belt and cut off a piece of your own flesh. The pain is so terrible that your vision darkens. Unable to bear it, you let out a frenzied groan, but you still shove the slimy scrap into your mouth and swallow it. You can sense the darkness triumph. It has been following your thoughts with great interest, rummaging in your memories, studying your emotions, savoring your resolve and rage. Its bottomless gut rumbles with satisfaction. At last, grateful, it lets you go and presents a parting reward. Valentine gains the ability. Champion of the Abyss. Permanent +2 bonus to weapon skill. And +5 to coercion. Interesting. So I guess the stat bonuses we get depends on the moral decisions we made. So I don't think any decision would have led to a penalty. I think all of them were a matter of just the decisions we made. But yeah, those are decent. Neither of those are bad.
Whatever you wish.
Alright, thanks Darkness. Honestly, the ominous ancient darkness is actually pretty chill. It gave me like a free stat boost. Thanks, ominous dark pit of endless knowledge. That was pretty chill of you. See, happy endings. Lots of happy endings in Warhammer 40k. Adamantine, only 2. I don't think that's worth it. Generally speaking, I want at least 5 of a material. Ooh, it's free cash. Aldari equipment. The Hunter Father's armor. Strike of Kornos. What is this? Wearer regains all MP and can make an additional attack this turn. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, we'll take that. Alright, let's go check out these ships. Maybe it'll be an interesting fight. The port shows up on your personal cogitator screen. Unknown ships are towing the Interstellar Sextant, a cargo ship belonging to one of Footfall's wealthiest traders. It looks like the pirates have bitten off more than they can chew, and have now been forced to drag the ship to a more secluded place where they can plunder it undisturbed and attack the pirates. As soon as they see you, the escort ships charge into battle at once, while the captive sextant powers up its warp engines. Unless you interrupt the preparations for the jump, the cargo ship will forever vanish beyond the veil of the materium, along with the riches it's carrying. Don't let it get away. We need to take out that ship. We have to plunder from the pirates. How dare these pirates try to escape without being pirated from?
Report when manned and ready.
Okay, we gotta... Here, let's do it this way. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Alright, so we want to just absolutely blast the fuck out of it. Right? No, here. Here. Why can I not use my lance cannon? What? That's weird. Alright. Let's just blast their shields down. And then we're gonna want to spin this motherfucker around. There you go. Get rotated, motherfucker. Fucking loser getting rotated. SMH. I don't know why I can't use my macro cannons. That's so weird. Alright. Oh, that's a lot of ships. That's a lot more ships than I was expecting to run into. Okay, we might be fucked here. We might need to come back for this encounter. That might be a little too much for us to fight against. Alright, torpedoes. Take out this destroyer. Alright, just shoot down. Do as much damage. We surrender? Cool. Cool. Alright, destroy this one then. Enable 90 degree. There we go. Big turns. Shoot past the ship. Yeah, I don't know why it's just not letting me work this. Weird. Ow. Alright, 3 ships. Oh god, torpedoes. Fucking torpedoes. Alright. Let's reset our shields. Can't do... I don't think we're going to be able to avoid running directly into the torpedoes here. But we can do some damage to this ship. Maybe. Yeah, we can. Alright. We're gonna take a real fucking heavy beating in a second here. All of our shields are completely destroyed outside of our back. And we're about to get hit by torpedoes. Huh. Yeah, that's half our health bar. Yeah. We're on a sliver of health now. Alright. Torpedoes, go spin around. Main cannon, fire. We got our shields back, so that's good. And now we can hit them up here. Good. Heavy turn. Yeah, we're back in the space battles. We're trying to, we're not doing very well, but we're gonna make it, bros. We're gonna make it. Alright. Torpedoes. You're gonna have to zero in here. And we're gonna need to be real careful with our positioning. I think, actually, if we... Let's try taking a shot here. I don't even... You say this guy, I genuinely don't know who that is. I'll be honest with you. Let's just zoom over here real quick. Do a little weavies. Oh, really cheeks, jeez. Ow. Alright. We managed to weave behind their torpedoes. If we're lucky, we might be able to take down both of them with our torpedoes, but if not, I think we could still get a win in. Okay, that's one down. And not quite two. But we were close. We just need to take down this last ship and we'll be fine. Alright. Hit him full on. Disengage? Oh, no. You don't get to disengage. No. You're dead.
A commendable victory, Rogue
You're just fucking
Trader.
dead. Absolutely not. And that's an upgrade. Very nice. Alright, let's spend our scrap on repairs. You know, killing or retreating enemies counts as a war crime? Well, they didn't retreat yet. I killed them before they could. They wanted to retreat, but they didn't have the option to start retreating because I immediately shot them, right? You gotta think about these things. You're not shooting retreating enemies if you kill them before they can say, I surrender. Think about it. Yeah. It's why it's, like, always considered good form in war to attack really quickly and decisively to not give your opponents a chance to interact with you. Alright. We are a little bit stranded right now. The routes leaving from here don't really go anywhere good. Let's just travel where we can. When the Lord Captain arrived on the bridge during the warp jump, he found on-duty officers in a state of utter confusion. They claimed they had been receiving orders from the bridge for several minutes, orders authorized by the rogue trader, but the Lord Captain had been absent. Curiously, the orders had been signed by the late Theodora von Valancius. After a thorough investigation, the tech priests attributed the strange incident to the whims of the machine spirits. Uh-oh. Yeah, don't worry about that. Alright, let's just do a few more jumps. The enforcers from different decks of the Von Valancius vessel report a terrifying sight. The skin of some crew members has become translucent, revealing knots of muscle and blood vessels beneath. Worse yet, small spider-like insects were seen scurrying inside of them, snow white and sparkling like ice. The transformed could not see the phenomenon in themselves or anyone else, only occasionally complaining about a prickly feeling in their extremities. Some were branded as mutants and killed. The survivors reverted back after the vessel emerged in real space. Don't you just hate it when people realize that you secretly have spiders living under your skin? And they kill you for it? Alright. Now from here, we can travel somewhere new. Pull off your skin. Maybe. During the White Voyage, the Middle Decks reported strange gatherings that were attracting dozens of officers. An investigation quickly bore fruit. One of the acolytes from the Augur deck has proclaimed himself a prophet and is rambling about purification by blessed fire. Only the perilous influence of the warp can explain the strange convictions and uncanny zeal of the person. Put the cult under surveillance. Spies reported that the cult gatherings were hardly worth investigating. They were nothing but long conversations, punctuated by people searing their palms over an open flame. The surveillance was maintained until the end of the warp journey, after which the newly born prophet simply forgot about his calling, stopped giving sermons, and dismissed his congregation. Right. I like how it's just like, I'll just be like, oh yeah, I need to go get groceries, and the game will be like, oh, are you trying to travel somewhere? Well, anyway, here's like eldritch horrors beyond comprehension, hundreds dead, the doors are trying to eat the fucking crew members, people are going insane, and like mad prophets are performing human sacrifices. But yeah, you get to, you get to the grocery store, obviously. Alright, do we travel to Pulvis Platinum? I'm sorry, what? Or Silence and okay, I'm sorry, obviously we gotta go to Pulvis Platinum. We gotta... Enemies of humanity have been spotted aboard the ship. Warp beasts have enthralled the crew and charged one of the main macro cannons and massacred those who resisted the heresy. Lord Hatton is our only hope. Yeah, let's go take them out. Absolutely. When you go buy groceries with the corpse of a dead, forgotten god and drain and sidewalk, yeah, right? It is one of the aspects of this game I actually really like, is just like, we'll just be given like a menial task, like, oh yeah, you gotta go over here, oh you gotta do this. And the fucking warp will just be like, oh yeah, do you remember the casual nonchalance of the horrors beyond comprehension that are just, like, constantly happening? And then where it gets really funny is every time you interact with the Eldar, they're just like, dude, why the fuck do you travel like this? Dude, like, actually, why are you doing this? There's way better ways to do warp travel. Why are you doing it this way? Why are you exposing yourself to horrors beyond comprehension? And the people just kind of sit there, just like, eh, I got used to it. You know, I'm used to it, it's fine. It's okay. It's fine. You know, who cares? It's okay. It's chill. All things considered, it's chill. Hardship builds character. It does, yeah. Alright, fight the demons. Okay, I might have slightly underestimated the bloodletters.
I will not die in dishonor.
Alright, Cabela, I believe in you. Cabela, I need you to jump right here. I need you to bleed all over the place.
Will see it done.
I need you to mark this guy right here.
Trust me.
And then I need you to raining blood. Hit him with the blood. Bleed all over the place. Thank you. Yeah, we need more blood.
I shall
now
not
blood,
fail.
rain dance. And stab yourself.
Trust me. Come.
Hit the cultist. Reset the full HP. Dance a second time.
Shadows will see it done.
And let's see. Yeah, take out this guy. Okay, never mind. Close enough.
I suffered worse.
Such is the will of chaos.
Alright, Ablard's tanking pretty decently. Alright, Valentine, make Argenta your servant. Yeah, you served me. You're my servant now. And then... Here, can you buff? No, you can't. Fuck. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. Buff Argenta. Make her do it for you. Target gains... Yeah. Give Argenta a giant damage boost. Give her an extra turn. And then Argenta can... Rapid fire, controlled shot, and then just shoot. Wait, why can you not see? What? Why can you not see? That's so weird. Okay. It's off. Alright, just shoot here. Yeah, just keep shooting. Just keep shooting. There you go. Good girl. And then I want you to... what do you shoot? Yeah, just shoot this guy. There you go.
What is a ring?
For a bunch of corn cultists, these guys have a lot of guns. I know corn cultists aren't, like, actually obligated to only have guns or anything, but... or only use melee, but... I don't know, it just feels weird. Alright, Abelard, shotgun. There you go. And now, Abelard... Now that they aren't expecting it, just run over to this random dude over here who's minding his own business. Stab him, shoot it with your eye lasers, then kick him in the balls.
Indeed.
There you go. Good job, Abelard. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on constant approach.
It will be done.
Now band yourself up. There we go. Alright.
Doubt is for the weak.
Now just mark this bloodthirster as prey. Piercing shot. And just... Okay, can we just do it this way then? Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, that right there.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, just take this shot right here.
You can escape the Emperor's justice.
Yeah, just blow through everything.
I'll do it.
Reload. You shoot both Santa Margento will be named.
Doubt is for the weak.
I mean, it is kind of crazy how good of a character she is in combat. How she's just like, oh yeah, I'll just massacre everything in existence. Yeah, why don't you name this other bloodletter your prey as well while you're at it?
I act.
Just call it your prey.
I'll do it.
It's yours. Yeah, that's a 40 damage hit.
An offering of blood.
I mean, they're all named characters.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Wait, oh no, one of them is praying. We need to not let them pray. Praying is bad. Alright, Eogun, praying bad. I need you to stop the praying from happening. I need you to just come over here and just start clearing things out.
Will endure.
Yeah, just whap.
I refuse to comprehend this.
Give him the old bat. Hey, Bloodthirsty Warden? Marksman? No? Okay. Cultist of Corn, why don't you attack one of your teammates? How about that? Okay, you attacked your teammate with a hand grenade while I was standing next to it. I guess you technically didn't disobey me. I guess that's technically what I asked you to do, sure. I don't quite know if that was what I wanted, but... Yeah. Yeah, give Heinrichs a bump. And then, finally... buff up Cabela. And give her a free attack.
Shoot observation.
Okay, Cabela does not get a free attack.
Aim for the heart next time.
Alright, Heinrichs. Where's the fucker who's praying? Over here. Oh, both of them are praying. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, we're not having this. We're not having this shit. Heinrichs, fucking buff yourself up, please. Oh, oh no, Heinrichs. Heinrichs, what did you do? Heinrichs, what did you do? I heard an explosion, and you went down. There better not be a demon that you summoned. You summoned a horror. Okay, cool. I fucking hate Psychers, man.
A broken blade has
okay,
no
so
use.
Heinrichs... Yeah, Heinrichs broke his arm and summoned a demon, and the two praying cultists are still praying. This is what we in the game like to call not a happy ending.
As the tenants.
Alright, Cabela, I need you to be a hero and fix the problem that he made. By jumping here. There you go. Hit this marksman.
If this is my death, may
heal
my
back up to
blood
full.
be a worthy
Or close to it,
sacrifice.
anyway. And then attack this random demon that we have to fight now for reasons that I don't want to get into. Alright, good. And now mark.
As the tenants demand.
Raining blood.
The shadows will see it done. As honor
Mark it
ordains.
again. Attack.
I shall not fail.
There we go.
Trust me. Let your soul be purged.
Alright. If we go over here, can we buff Cabela? We can't. If we go over here, can we buff Cabela? We cannot. If we go over here, can we buff Cabela? We cannot. Where the fuck do we have to go to buff Cabela? Oh wait, is the reason we can't buff Cabela she already has one? Okay. Then, if we go over here, can we give Cabela an extra attack? We can. Cool. Alright, Cabela, kill it.
Come, the other
Good
side
job.
awaits.
Alright. Your gun, stop being on fire. Please. Thank you. Get back in the fight. Yeah, there we go. Stop being on fire. That's an order. Thank you. I'm glad that I can just order you to not be on fire and you stop being on fire because I'm just such a good officer. I'm so good at my job. I'm so good at telling you to not be on fire.
Statistical error.
Alright. Hit him with the low tier god.
Executing command.
Cool. And then finally,
Removing restrictions on
let
the
Cabela
galvanic
go
cell.
kick butt.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Alright,
As honor
that's over here.
ordains. Killing brings me no pleasure. What torments you?
Alright, we're good. Easy peasy. Oh god, that's a lot of loot. Very nice. Coach Elton's roll on the ground. I don't even think he can roll on the ground. He kind of floats. He has like a whole anti-grav thing going on. It is kind of funny because the more you learn about the Death Cult assassins, the more it's clear that they just are really good at gaslighting themselves, and that's like 90% of their culture. Like, the entire reason you can't stop being a Death Cult assassin is because you're just constantly on so many painkillers that the moment you stop being on them, you just fucking die from how fucked up your body is. Like, they don't even kill you. It's just... You just die from not being high constantly. Lord Captain, the Vox systems intercepted a distress signal coming from an Imperial vessel. The system contains a ship that belongs to the planetary fleet of Dargonis, the capital of the Von Velactus dynasty. The transmission is repeated at regular intervals, but the message itself is corrupted. A cacophony of requests for help Groans and shouts. What in the world? It's your name that they're shouting, Lord Captain. What? That's odd. Is any subfaction 40k not hopped up in drugs? I'm sure the fucking Imperial Knights aren't hopped up on drugs, right? The Imperial Knights, right? I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they aren't on drugs. They probably want to be on drugs. Alright, let's save again. And go check out this gutted void ship that's apparently calling my name for some reason. Alright, that's going. Oh!
The scope of the rogue trader's vision is quite inspiring. I never imagined I would be able to study a live Xenos, albeit not entirely in its natural environment. What do you think, Nuncius?
I would advise you to take more care in choosing your subjects, Genital. For certain phenomena, seeking greater knowledge than what is permitted is not worth the trouble.
This person's body is covered in unpleasant-looking growths, stabs, and ulcers. They look like fresh mutations.
This master-crafted patella augment is not fit for a servitor.
The sweetest smell coming from the dead body seems odd, and the blood has an unusual hue to it. The Cognitator's machine spirits stay silent in an attempt to reach the dead systems of the destroyed ship.
I will set them free.
Alright. We got a bunch of mutants. Agile. Mutant enforcers. Yeah, it looks something. Whatever this is. Alright. You again. You go move down. Argenta? I'll be honest, you're probably going to move before most of these guys do, so you can just take an aggressive stance. Abelard, go up here and take a flank. Bella, go to sprint directly into them. Heinrichs, you go tank the flank. And Valentine, go just stand next to Argenta and make her stronger. Just buff off Argenta. Alright, Heinrichs moves first. That's surprising.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Alright.
For the throne.
Buff.
Beware foul sorcery!
Everyone, step aside.
And finally, buff up your AP for the future. Alright, Argenta. Can you shoot from here? Oh, you can. Cool. Yeah, in that case, mark the Enforcer as prey.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Mark all of these, actually, as prey. They're all your prey. Blade Dancer, Veil of Blades. Oh yeah, that is a way to make your own cover. I'm glad you figured out a way to make it work, dude.
Doubt is for the weak.
Alright, volley fire. Argenta. Just be amazing, okay?
As the Emperor commands, I am my Emperor.
Okay, that was a lot of missing, but...
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
You still did good damage. Spontaneous mutation. Alright, Bella. Go blade dance. Do the blood thing first,
The
though.
shadows will see it done. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail.
And then just AoE cleave. And then mark.
Trust me.
Kill.
As honor ordained.
Alright,
Trust me. Come.
there you go.
The other side awaits.
That's for Cobb. Go for Cobb again. There you go.
I can handle this.
Wow, Abelard got knocked
Pain
down.
and duty go
That's
hand in hand.
not usually how that goes.
Emperor, protect me.
Okay,
will not
Cabela
die
got
in
knocked down.
dishonor.
That's also not how that usually goes.
Quick, quick!
I feel nothing.
Wow.
Fear nothing.
Don't touch
Alright.
me.
Bella is getting
An
fucking
offer.
wrecked. Holy shit. Okay, Cabela's just down instantly. I did not expect that to happen. Especially so fast. He's normally really good at staying alive. Alright. Argenta. Go smack.
I'll do it.
Yeah, just start
As the
shooting.
Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen.
A little rough, but you got the spirit. Alright. Yeah, let's do the, take the extra shot. There we go.
I'll do what it takes.
EO gun, good job. What does this spontaneous mutation ability even do anyway? Spontaneous mutation, one random warp mutation. Interesting. Like acid spit. No, I think acid spit might just be innate. I'm not really sure it counts. Then I guess. Alright, let's see.
I cannot comply. The machine spirit superior is an open book to me. A valid argument. Lucius, I'm relying on you. Utterly impossible.
Valentine, can you buff the EO gun? Feel like playing some Fallout? Yeah, go have fun. Thanks for hanging out, Reggie. Enjoy your Fallout. God, this Enforcer is so weirdly strong for some reason. I don't know why. He just is explicitly tanky. Activate Medicaid signal. I'm not even sure what would be even good here. Yeah. Alright. Heinrichs. Buff up you again.
Unholy powers of the arch enemy.
Get me a target.
Attack these two.
Naturally.
That didn't work out very well. Can you buff up
Let's see to it.
Abelard? You can, cool.
But of course,
Heal him up.
Ruinous
Captain.
powers and their unholy works.
Here. Can you just clear out this entire situation?
God
I mean,
Emperor, move
I'd
through
appreciate
me. Be the fire in my
I
heart.
see him pray back there.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Go for it. Wait, I forgot to activate controlled shot.
For you, my emperor.
And it didn't actually matter, inexplicably. Alright. Claim the bounty?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, never mind.
In thy light I stand, and thy light
Just keep
I
shooting.
crave.
Just keep shooting everything.
I'll
Yeah,
do
just
it.
keep going.
This is why I was chosen.
Just shoot. Just keep
As the
shooting,
emperor
Argenta.
commands, I act.
No, keep shooting. There you go. Add a steam. Still got it low enough.
I can't stand it.
Not okay. Oh, so he's not like Pascal then, where he's locked into one melee weapon and one ranged weapon. EO gun can dual wield ranged weapons? That's good to know.
A valid argument.
I'll definitely give him 2 guns if that's an option, yeah.
The machine spirits approve. Lucius is skeptical about this. Executing command.
Alright.
Astute
Kill
observation.
yourself. Ow. Oh, wait. That's the wrong move. Hit him with a grenade. How about that? There you go.
Emperor, protect me.
Okay, good dodges, good dodges.
A valid argument.
Damn it. Can you buff up? No, you can't. You can give Raven an extra turn.
Executing command.
Rainima. Get packed with knife. Damn it. I'm not sure what I can do here in this situation.
The machine spirits approve.
Alright, Abelard, can you come save my ass, please?
Follow my lead.
Thank you. Laser eyes. Good, good. Okay, Abelard, can you kick this man in the balls for me?
I will do my duty.
Thank you. Wait, why is combat? Oh, I entirely forgot that we were still in combat. Or I entirely forgot about that one guy down there.
No matter the cost.
Alright. Let's try this again. Shotgun?
I'm not interested. Victory is imminent.
Right, Heinrichs.
I need a foothold.
Heinrichs just dash in there. You're tanky enough to take it.
Easy.
Buff everyone up real quick.
Glory.
And just
Natural.
do a big whack. Let me go as well as expected. Heal up Eogun then.
Stand back.
Give
Let's see
strength
to
to
it.
Eogun too.
Incomprehensible.
And then Argenta. Just,
The enemies of the Emperor will
oh,
be
you're
undone.
Mark Prey, aren't you? In
I'll
that
do it.
case. In that case. Rapid fire. Controlled shot.
Doubt is for the weak.
Fuck. I
As
mixed
the
up.
Emperor commands.
Miscounted the amount of AP she had. That was my fault. Come on. Alright. Valentine, just shoot her. Oh, wrong weapon. 1 second. Random cast gun.
My
Thank you.
ears are ringing.
You all right, Eustace?
The web beckons.
Alright.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge.
New staff.
I possess both.
Staff of House Cassini. All allies targeted by the Navigator's powers gain +3 additional movement points on their next turn. Wow. And it stacks, and you get a stacking all stats up bonus. Cape lowers all enemies' perception by 6. Distraction cape. I wish I had a distraction cape in real life. That would be cool. Does anyone need a distraction cape? You could use a distraction cape. Have a distraction cape. What's so distracting about it? Huh. It just looks like a normal cape. Maybe that's really why it's distracting. People know it's called the distraction cape, but they don't see what's distracting about it. So they stare at it and they're just like, I need to figure out why this cape is so distracting. And they get distracted by it. Not because of the cape itself, but because of the name. That's what really distracts them. Right, let's grab our loot. And our hidden loot. Ooh. Eye of the Righteous Cyber Eagle gains +15 perception. Overseer's Dogmatic rank, crit hit chance, and a massive damage boost. Very nice. Alright. Let's grab more loot.
Nothing's impossible for this old
Another
officer.
passage. Oh, and they're still fighting over here. Oh, he just nuked his own allies.
Light of
That was wild.
guide our way.
Navigator's throne. The handles are extremely worn. The visible marks left by nails. Evidence of the terrifying hours spent locked in battle with the power of the warp. So much random loot. Holy shit. Yeah, let me just grab all this shit. I love random loot. No, we actually still have one mutant alive. Interesting. Normally when I show up, everything here is fucked. I don't normally have this situation. Navigator. The leader of the ravaged ship's crew wipes the sweat from his brow in the motion characteristic of navigators. Not with his whole hand, but with 2 fingers, moving from left to right and back so as to not touch his third eye by accident. You ever play Trepang? I have not. What is it? This movement is the only sign of fatigue he allows himself. His posture is immaculate, shoulders wide, eyes front, as if he did not just emerge from a grueling battle and is simply greeting you on the bridge on an uneventful day. My greetings, your lordship. There's no need for introductions. I know the heirs of von Valancius line by sight. I am Han of House Cassini. the navigator on this vessel, and as the senior surviving officer, I assumed command after the accident. As Hans speaks, others glare at you with dour tension. Up close, you can clearly see that every one of them is a mutant. Their faces and bodies wear the mark of incredibly grotesque deformities, the same as the muttering madman who attacked you. However, Hans' associates seem perfectly clear-eyed, showing no signs of madness. What happened to the ship and crew, Han? This ship is assigned to the port of Dargona. Some time ago, the captain was instructed to deliver a package urgently, by hand, to you. Your lordship, we were even shown a pic of your face. The navigator's voice seems calm, yet there's a tension in his eyes which are trained on you. The disaster struck during the warp jump. I will never know all the details as I was preoccupied in my primary duties, but for some reason, the captain decided to open the package. That, as you may have noticed, had a most destructive impact on the crew. Han frowns. The package contained a chaos artifact. A chaos bomb, if you will. The moment it was removed from its protective cocoon, the crew began to lose their minds and mutate. The first to be affected was the captain and the senior officers. But the effect spread with incredible speed. Every deck was consumed by it, every last one. The raging mutants, no longer sane, damaged many systems. The ship was in distress, and would have almost certainly been destroyed had I not resorted to making an emergency exit from the warp. Tripping Squared is a fast-paced shooter heavily inspired by fear. That sounds cool as fuck. I'm interested. The people you see here are the only survivors, or rather, the only ones who are able to retain both their lives and sanity. I gathered everyone I could, isolated the sources of danger, and sent out a distress signal. We were adrift, waiting for help to come, and fighting off mad crew members when you arrived. So the Chaos Bomb package was meant for me. Who's the sender? As far as I'm aware, the order came from Conrad Voigtnefer, the Master of Whispers in the Void Rogue Trader's retinue. It is likely that he arranged the delivery, either personally or through intermediaries. Abelard's face turns a deep pace. A deep puce. Puce? Never heard of that color before. That blasted traitor, Breedus to Dargonus, is now free to act with impunity. It would not surprise me to find out that this was the work of sorcery. How else would he have reached the world in such a short time? A heretic who is vested with legitimate power and whose latest activities remain a mystery to all. Believe me, Valentine, an individual like your former Master of Whispers will not stop at sending a chaos artifact in his attempts to destabilize your protectorate. Navigator Han pauses, then adds bluntly, almost brazenly. Your reaction suggests that you're not expecting a package of this sort. That is good to know. I'd almost convinced myself that the rogue trader was deliberately collecting chaos artifacts. Do not dare accuse me of colluding with chaos. Do not even suggest it. I beg your pardon. I am too tired to speak diplomatically. However, the center wanted all of this. Han makes a sweeping gesture at the destruction of the corpses of the crew members around him. It happened to your ship, not ours. Were you not affected by the mutations and madness? Well, that depends. I was born a mutant, you say. Han smiles grimly and wearily. Navigators are taught to resist the influences of chaos, and so I have been, as best I could, but I will be frank with you. I cannot be certain that I have avoided it completely. There have been no visible indications yet. All signs point to Han telling the truth, but you also notice clear evidence of just how difficult it is for him to struggle against the corruption. He is extremely tired, practically exhausted. Where's the artifact now? The tension in his posture and gaze becomes even more noticeable. I have placed it inside the protective sarcophagus, more reliable than the previous repository. Unfortunately, an artifact as powerful as this one could not be destroyed under these circumstances, or rather, I have no assurances that it would not disintegrate every one of us and scatter us across several light hours of navigation of neighboring space. But once we're off the ship, I will absolutely find a way to destroy the vile thing. Demolition. We could lay mines in what remains of the ship and blast it along with the artifact for a safe distance. I have the resources and knowledge to do it. You play as Subject 106, a super soldier with an enhanced supernatural abilities. That sounds cool. 1 second. Let me look up this game really quick. Tripping
Japan squared. Oh, it's $9 too. That's really cheap. Gory, action-packed FPS set in the near future, unleash hell on enemies, dodge bullets, leave a trail of destruction, hardcore and frenetic shooter. Yeah, this looks sick. Yeah, I'm adding that to my wish list. Your words give Hand pause, but he seems convinced. He relaxes a little and then asks, cautiously, as if testing the waters, "What about me and the crew? Will you take us with you?" Iconoclast. I'm taking you aboard my ship. There, my word is law, and no one will dare take issue with you, despite the mutations. Thank you. Han salutes before adding, Lord Captain. Gained 189 experience and 5 Iconoclast. Alrighty.
We have no time to lose.
Nicely. Yeah, that game seems cool. It's cheap too at the moment. It's on sale for $9. Should buy it. Alright. Let's do one more jump, and I think we'll call it for the day. Okay, 2 more jumps, because I want to get over to Silence of Mercer Get. But we gotta go down here first. The steady rhythm of life aboard the vessel was disrupted when, on the 4th watch of the voyage, lower decks had their gravity reversed. The stunned denizens had their afflicted sectors were woken up by being torn from their assigned beds and tossed onto the ceilings. Numerous injuries and fatalities were reported. The difficulties in performing regular duties due to the gravity reversal continued until the end of the journey. After the ship exited the warp, the gravity returned to the accepted norm, an event that once again is accompanied by deaths and injuries among the crew. Yeah, that just happens. Don't worry about it. Alright, next sector. There was a commotion on the lower decks. The chief mutant hunter, who is responsible for eliminating heresy in the hold of the void ship, went mad due to the perilous influence of the warp. The officer climbed the parapet above the central accelerator complex and threatened to jump unless the entire crew immediately succumbed to rigorous examination to uncover physical deformities and unholy perversions. After calculating the time and financial cost of the inspection of thousands upon thousands of crew members and consulting the tech priest about the danger of foreign materials getting into the intake by the accelerator complex, the deranged mutant hunter was graciously allowed to proceed with ending his life in the desired manner. Wow. We calculated that accepting your demands is actually less expensive than you just killing yourself, so, kill yourself. That's where you gotta be economic. When you want to threaten people to get your way, you have to make sure that what you're threatening is more costly than giving you what you want. Alright. Ooh, Phlogiston. We needed that. Take that. Archaeotech Mechanism Fragment, a surviving piece of an Archaeotech mechanism of unknown purpose, discovered among the wreckage of an ancient Imperial vessel on one of the planets of Silence in Mercer Get. Do you want to play Barony? Absolutely. I was actually going to ask if any of you guys wanted to play Barony after stream. Because, I'll be honest, after stream, I need to eat. I had a little bit of breakfast, but I need to eat more. But I would absolutely be down. Yeah, I'd absolutely be down to play some Barony. I need to get into that game more. Okay. I will definitely hit you up. I'm gonna go after stream ends. I'm gonna download the VOD, warm up my dinner or lunch, and then I will hit you up and we can do some Barony. Ooh, Promethean, cool. We have some Promethean already, but this is a decent amount. Let's grab it. All right. One last thing to check. Projects. Do we have anything else we can do here? No. And what about Palestone? Oh, Palestone's done. Lord Captain.
The world of Foulstone has been upset by a conflict between the followers of the Order of the Hammer and the refugees from the Winterscale dynasty's domain. An argument broke out near the tomb of the renowned holy man, Nicomedes Keefe, and the tomb was damaged in the fray. The pilgrims, revering Keefe's rival, Philippomenes of Mapley, claimed Keefe to be a thief who had stolen the relics of Saint Cognathus and violated the sacred mystery of his resting place, the Saint is Green. The Order of the Hammer is furious at the heretical statements and desecration of Keefe's funeral site. Who is this Nicomedes and Philophomenes? What is the issue here? Saint Nicomedes Keefe is a missionary who arrived in the Expanse alongside the founders of the Order of the Hammer, offering them valuable guidance for colonizing Foulstone. He converted many worlds to the Imperial Creed, but his most famous feat was his search for the burial site of the legendary preacher, Saint Cothatius, who conquered the Expanse thousands of years ago. Leaving behind scores of relics, Keefe was able to track down some of those relics. The order was named after the power hammer of Saint Cothatius, Piety's charge. Did it shoot you in the back by accident, or did you try and tame too many enemies? Philomenes of Malpes, a priest from Winterscale's realm. He preached it in the same time as Nicomedes Keefe and denounced him for false veneration of Saint Cognatius. He believed that Cognatius preached the incomprehensibility of the highest wisdom to the people, and so that any attempt to learn it would only lead to heresy. He called the search for Saint Cognatius, his burial site, blasphemy, and the collection of relics looting and soliciting in his opinion. The sacred objects should not be congregated in one place, but should be flown across many worlds. The relics are power, and their aggregation gives way to pride. What did say my advisors? Heinrichs. For a group that has just arrived on a foreign realm, the Malpians' conduct is insolent at best. Penance should be imposed on them. We will send them on a pilgrimage to find the relics of Saint Cognatius and learn the ways of Saint Keefe. In this way, they'd be of use for returning the lost relics, and the Order of the Hammer would be satisfied with a just verdict. There's a similar theological dispute in the Fifth Ophelian Council, and the conflict between the two cults was resolved in a sacred duel. 20 champions from each side came forward, both sides vowing to accept the vicar's teaching if they lost. I propose to invoke the council's edict and settle the dispute in the same way. They believe that their faith is superior. Then let them prove it. Subject them to a severe test of faith. If they survive it, they'll prove in their steadfastness. Even if the Order of the Hammer does not accept their arguments, it will be easier for them to recognize the newcomer's right to interpret the way of Saint Cognatius if they prove it with their own blood and pain. Oh, weird. Cabela. The Malthians have renounced the concept of possession. Their vows are true and similar to ours, but they lack humility and reverence for the dead. The Bloodstone Web could embrace their leaders. We could teach them. We could soothe the turmoil. Alright, so if we side with Heinrichs, we get +1 security, and we get Saint Cognatius' relic. 5% chance to reduce incoming warp damage by half for each point of deflection. Ooh. The Malpian preachers belong to the Bloodstone Web now. Bring them aboard. +1 security, Blade Dancer's Graves. These cells affected by radiant blood this cost less. Let might decide who's right. Power sword. Let them bring forth their representatives and try to negotiate. No, we already voted on that. Allow the Malpians to prove their strength. Malpian Shroud, what do you get for that? Whenever the wielder deals damage with a melee attack, they gain +9 temporary wounds. That's actually really good. Wielder's melee attacks deal more damage relative to temporary wounds. That would be amazing, actually. The Malpians display impressive zeal. I charge the Order of the Hammer to welcome 100 of the new arrivals into their ranks. Let them learn one another's ways and come to accept their distinct path towards the reverence of Cognatius. I'm kind of split here between option 7 of letting them prove their strength for the benefit and Heinrich's option of setting them on repentance. Welcome back, Valentino. We're just trying to decide on a last option before we end stream. What do you guys think? I'm not really sure if we even really need to run a vote on this one. But 2 options, right? We side with Heinrichs and we make the refugees go on pilgrimage for being assholes. Or we make the refugees display their sincerity so that we can get this cool shroud for best girl. Let's just try to pull it real quick. You pull. Resolution. Pilgrimage or trial. Man, how's it going, little Valentino? We had a lot of explorations in Rogue Trader. We touched a dark hole of infinite wisdom that was actually really chill. We made some friends. We recruited some new crew members. We fought some pirates. We looted some shit. We founded 2 colonies. Very productive altogether, honestly. And now, we're just kind of deciding what to do with this current issue in one of our colonies. Namely, how we're going to handle the refugees again. We already massacred most of them, but they're still around. Let's see. Trial. Alright. So far, votes are leaning towards trial. Let's just wait the last few seconds for things to finish up. Alright, trial it is. Alright, prove the strength of convictions through a severe trial of faith. Abelard, let them show the weight of their words and teachings. 100 Malgians have volunteered to undergo the trial of faith. 62 have survived, proving the steadfastness of their belief and earning their respect of the Order of the Hammer. The indomitable teachings of the Philippinemans of the Malpi laid down deep roots upon the hard soil of Foulstone. The followers of his teachings were zealous and determined. There we go. Okay, so we got extra security. We got our things. Back appointment for 8 hours at 8 for right hand. Started hurting a lot out of the blue, probably because I wrote someone past day, I got fractured. Can it happen? Fracture from writing, no, but you can get carpal tunnel from doing too many monotonous movements with your hands. Shield of Faith. Plus 30% to shield, proud shield sector. Ooh. What is this? Sunken Gaseous left behind many treasures that are now coveted by powerful men and women. The rogue trader Incendia Corda possesses the shards of a priceless combi tool, bearing the saint's fingerprints. Formally reclaiming the relic via the Adeptus Administratum would be a bureaucratic war requiring influential allies and nothing short of an army of clerks and scribes. But if it is passed into the safekeeping of monks in the Order of Hammer, it will be a great triumph for the faithful. So we'll lose profit factor, but we'll gain efficiency, rep, and a nice buff. That's definitely worth it. Let's just leave that there. Alright. Save. And start looking at raiding out. Let's see, what do we got? Who do we have to raid? Oh. We got Art Dots, who's playing more Abiotic Factor. Let's go right in, shall we? And they're wearing a new outfit today. That's cool. Alright. Well, it was fun chatting with everyone. Yeah, bye, Raw. And let's head out, shall we? I'll see you later, Raw, for some barony in a bit. Probably an hour or so. Gonna need to take some time to eat.
That really would be insane.
Okay. I'm tired again, too? What the hell? Oh, thank you so much for the raid, Valentine. Welcome in. Welcome in.